evening. I'd like to call the 5:30 meeting work session in order about the 23 budget work session, the legislative update, and the revenue preview and enrollment report. A couple of housekeeping items. Ms. Carolyn Curry is supporting the meeting in Ms. Zentello's absence this evening, and Dr. Jewel Harmon, Chief Accountability Officer, will be attending via Zoom. And now I'd like to introduce our Interim Superintendent, Dylan.
Thank you, President Hamada. I'm proud to introduce to you today our Executive Director of Budget and Finance, Mr. Ben Eric, who will be leading us through our presentation in this work session. So, Mr. Eric.
Good evening, board members. It's my pleasure to take you through what is our first budget work session of the year. We have a cadence worked out over the years where you'll go through 3 individual work sessions. This is the typical time of year to do work session number 1. I have 4 individual sections in mind for this evening's work session. One is a review of budgeting basics, which we did last year and resonated well with the board members last year, so we're going to go ahead and do it again. The second is to do a legislative update. I saw that that's also on your board agenda as well. So, third is a discussion of some revenue forecasting. There's a limited amount we can do at this point, but we can at least start to talk about some of the major factors that will influence revenue going forward, particularly what's happening in the legislature. And finally, talk about some concluding thoughts. Now, I note that there's 31 pages in this PowerPoint, and it's probably good to do a little bit of time budgeting here. So just to give you a sense, I mean, I want to be responsive to what you want to spend time on. Of the 4 sections, the budgeting basics is, instructive background. The legislative update, just so you have this in the back of your mind, I'm going to share with you what I know tonight, but they literally haven't even concluded the legislative session yet. So we could spend a lot of time on the details and then find out 48 hours later that things have changed. So just keep that in mind as we budget our time. And finally, the revenue forecast and discussion, I think, is relatively straightforward. So with that having said, hold the PowerPoint itself, which I don't see loaded here.
It's on the desktop.
Okay. So go ahead and minimize.
Yes.
Right. No, there. Okay. This is a brief overview of that timeline of which we spoke. We're at that second row there, which is the first budget work session. Preliminarily, you're scheduled for a second in late April, a third in middle of June. We produce a technical review document, the F-195 for the ESD by July 1st, and then typically the board discusses and adopts the budget for the next fiscal year at a late August meeting. This year it falls on August 24th. Okay? Okay, so I know that we have had some members who have deep history with budgets, and we have other members for whom the topic is relatively new. So, I'll be looking for some guidance about how little or much time you want to spend on some of these concepts, but the intent of this section is to make school finance and school budgets not seem so technical and complicated, because in my opinion, it doesn't need to be, particularly at the board level. And so I'm not distilling it down to its basics to in any way imply that you can't understand it at a deeper level. It's just, from my vantage point, it's helpful to understand the basics before you start those building blocks, right? So you could feel free to ask as many questions as you wish, but I think this is a great kind of foundational starting point. And the first concept I'd like to introduce is that, I've always felt that it's helpful to relate school district budgets to people in the way that they think about their family budget. Okay? So in a family budget, you have different accounts that you manage. You might have a checking account and a savings account. You might also have a 401k, a health savings account. And what's important here is they've got multiple accounts, but that each of them have like rules and restrictions in some cases about what you can and can't do. And that's what gives them their individual purpose. And that's really kind of consistent with how school district budgets happen. We have basically 5 principal funds, and each of those funds have a distinct purpose. And we can't necessarily do in one what we would do in another, okay? So not totally dissimilar from what you deal with in your own personal financial situation. So let's go through those 5 very briefly, okay? And I think at a fundamental level, it's helpful to think of the general fund as like your monthly household budget for regular operating expenses, okay? In the same way that you have a checking account where you're paying your standard bills and your rent, your mortgage, and what have you, school district has a general fund that does something very much the same. We get most of the revenue in the sense that you get your revenue from a paycheck. We get our revenue principally from 2 sources. The state through state general apportionment, which is primarily a per pupil driven revenue source, and local school levies, which also in their own way are indirectly per pupil based as well. Our funding is almost in one way or another predicated on enrollment. And in the same way that you get a paycheck or a pay stub in your personal life, we get an apportionment report. Anybody can look at our apportionment report. You can click on this link and go see our apportionment report. It's a 25-page detailed paycheck, if you will, that literally how much did they take out for FICA? How many, literally you can drill in and see every month how much we're getting, why we're getting it, what they're taking back, etc. Okay? So the takeaway about the general fund is that it is general, right? It accounts for the general expenses of a district. Now we're starting to get into funds where it's not so general anymore. It's more specific. It has a specific purpose. The capital projects fund is one such example. It's primarily for building and renovating schools, okay? Its major revenue sources are the sale of bonds, which I know for Director Hamada and Director Bettinger, you've been around for multiple sales of bonds, so you know how that works. The capital and technology levies, which we have in this district, and then sundry other forms of revenue. We get some state matching funds. We do occasionally get impact fees, but primarily we're talking about those 2 first revenue sources. These revenues are not necessarily predicated on our pupil enrollment in the way that the general fund is. It's associated with it. But mostly the revenue in the capital fund is predicated on what our voters approve and what we represent to our community in terms of the needs that we have for providing safe and healthy physical environments for our students to learn. Okay? Now remember the takeaway about the general fund, it was general, right? The takeaway here is it's not general. There's very specific and detailed purposes that you can click on that link if you so desire and read the code. And there are lots of restrictions about what you can and cannot do in the capital projects fund. The third is the Associated Student Body Fund, a personal favorite of mine because it is really done by the students and it funds activities for the students. But even as it's by the students and for the students, it's still public money. It still comes under the stewardship of the school district. So it is by law under the control, supervision, and approval of the board of directors. Major revenue sources for the ASB fund are, they sell ASB cards, right? They do ticket sales. They do a variety of different fundraisers. But the key here is they raise their own money, okay? They raise their own money. It's pretty much the only fund for which you could say that. ASB, a very good acronym to kind of keep in your mind in terms of what ASB is and isn't, is the acronym CARS, C-A-R-S. So Associated Student Body Fund supports programs and activities that are co-curricular. They're either cultural in nature, athletic in nature, recreational in nature, or social in nature. And the key unstated thing there is that it's not core instruction, right? It's the stuff that's outside the core instruction. The ASB fund also, not general. It is specific in its allowable uses, and you can click on that link and read the law if you are so inclined. The Transportation Vehicle Fund, we've had some issues with the TVF over the years, I think. And so some of the board members are familiar. It's for school buses. It's for people transportation. Whether we're buying new or used buses, gas or electric, large or small, this is the fund that supports that. The way to think about how the state gives us money is that they make an assumption about the life cycle of a bus, right? And they've changed the assumption over the years. But right now, they assume that a typical bus is going to last us about 13 years. And so they do a calculation about how many buses they think that we need. They put it on a depreciation schedule, and we get certain installments every year based on that assumption. It is, again, not general, very specific. There are very specific things that we can do, and you're sensing a trend here. I have attached the link to the law if you were so inclined to read the details of that. And finally, the Debt Service Fund. I should say, by the way, that there are a couple of other funds that are teeny private purpose funds where we have scholarship money in, but I'm just going to focus on these 5 tonight. The Debt Service Fund. I think there's value in explaining this because I've received more and more questions about the Debt Service Fund recently. So hearkening back to our illustration of like the household budget. So I kind of think of the debt service fund as kind of like making your mortgage payment. And let me explain why I say that. So, you know, if you're like a homeowner, you might have to go out and take out a loan to build your house, right? And then you spend seemingly the rest of your life paying off that loan, right? And so every month you're cutting a check for however amount, and over 30 years or 20 years or whatever the term of your debt is, you end up paying it off. The debt service fund is almost exactly like that. So when we go out and the community passes us a bond and provides us the authority to sell bonds to the sorts of organizations that buy bonds, what do? We start cutting those monthly checks, and we collect taxes from our local taxpayers and turn around and pay off our debtors. So they give us our check for, I think the last one was $60 million or $40 million. And then we have a debt schedule where we make those payments like a mortgage payment. And when we reach a milestone and we pay off our mortgage or one of our mortgages, I usually let the board know that. And a couple of years ago, we did have a payoff of one of our mortgages, so to speak. Okay? There's sometimes kind of confusion about bonds and levies, and I always like to introduce the easy adage that bonds are for building and levies are for learning. Okay? When we go out for a bond, we're asking the community to support us in either building new schools or renovating schools so that they're suitable, healthy, and safe environments for our students. When we're going out for levies, that typically is more operational expenses, not associated with major construction. Okay? So if you understand those basic concepts, that we have one fund that's general, we have 4 that are very specific, we actually have a couple other very small ones, then you get the basic concept of what we're dealing with in a school district budget. And like in a household budget, a few decisions drive most of the costs. You know, your mortgage, what car you're going to drive, you know. You can probably distill it down to 5 decisions in your house. Well, in the school district, it's not, you know, our staffing, our bargaining, that's 85% of it right there. And to a great extent, your staffing and compensation is your budget. Okay? So there's some principles in budgetary decision-making that they aren't really mine so much as just kind of industry standard, I would say, is the ability to distinguish between a policy consideration and a technical consideration. The debt service fund, what we just talked about, is an extremely technical, once the decisions by the community and the board have been made about the the selling of the bonds. The construction of the debt service fund is big spreadsheets of amortization of all these different mortgages, right? It's not a lot of policy in that, right? It's just making sure you get it right, making sure you pay off your debtors. Meanwhile, decisions about bargaining, decisions about staffing, those are policy decisions that need to be discussed by a community for which there needs to be input. The other thing is that, I've been doing budgets now for over 20 years. And there's certainly one thing that is true, is that there is no budget that makes everybody happy. Never in the history of my career has there been a budget that makes everyone happy. And it's important to budget both for the short term and the long term. And it's important to have a sense of what your priorities are when you're doing your budget. So in the words of my former mentor, if everything is a priority, then you don't have a priority. And that is true. Everything in a school district is important, right? But that doesn't mean it's a priority. And every budget tells a story. So I like to think of it as, it's difficult but necessary to tie the district's strategic plan and its core values to what the budget does. And one of the ways that we do that is try to be explicit about our assumptions in the budget. And there's two sets of assumptions that really hop to the top when we're talking about telling that story. The first is, what's our assumption about our fiscal health as a district? That dictates a lot about the story we tell. And also, what is our assumption about the needs of students and the needs of our community? Probably should flip those in order, actually, because it is the second that comes first. But talking about those assumptions helps you do the budget that aligns with your values. Okay, how are we doing here, time-wise?
5:47.
So for some of the newer members, I thought it would be helpful to put this slide in. This was a slide that we constructed almost 4 years ago on the heels of being in a deficit and having long-term goals at that time about where we wanted to be. And these were the 5 goals that we started with. Notice that number 1 was trying to be more explicit about connecting the strategic plan and the objectives of the budget. I think you can make a real strong case that we've achieved all of these except for number 3. Number 3, we did maintain a positive revenue expense ratio, I think, for 3 years. Last year was the first that we dipped just a little south. But because our fund balance is in real strong shape, it's not like a precarious situation. But you can see this is kind of the way that we were thinking long-term 4 or 5 years ago. Okay. I'm going to pause if there are any questions about that section before we get into some discussion about what's happening in the legislature.
I have 3 questions. When we're getting these payments in our transportation fund, and you say they come in periodically, do they cover a new bus every 13 years?
Let's see. I think I would say that slightly differently. Like, they stagger the payments to us
Right.
so that, in theory, they don't give us like a lump sum for, like, they stagger the payments so that we would be able to replace a bus under their theories of cost and everything every roughly 13 years.
Do they factor in that inflationary cost to them?
Probably not to the extent that we would want.
Okay. On the debt services, and I could be totally wrong with this, but, if you're able and you're financially savvy, you want to get that, your balance down as fast as you can, so you can also, which I've done in the past, make more than one house payment. Can we do that ever in the buildings and stuff, or do we ever have that much money to be doing?
Yeah, actually, that does come into play. And in fact, I might actually bring something to the board later this spring. I don't want to get us too far off track, but
Okay,
there
you
are
can do it.
situations where we're close to paying something off, And it does make sense to retire the debt. But those tend to be smaller pieces of debt. In the grand scheme of things, your more sophisticated districts that really do a good job of planning, their big consideration with the debt service fund, in consideration of all three of the components of the tax rate, is they want to keep a constant flat tax rate. So there's not big wild swings that are unpredictable. And so managing the debt service fund is in part having a really close eye on that overall tax rate and kind of figuring out, okay, let's figure out our payment plan so we're not taking the community through these
Right.
jagged ups and downs, but that we have a kind of a smooth and consistent approach.
And the last question I have is, I think we passed that we were going to cover all the ASB for kids. And how does that affect our ASB fund?
Yeah, so if I can use, I understand what you're saying, I'm going to use slightly different language. So the ASB fund as a standalone fund, it must stand on its own, it must raise its own money. That's legally how that works. What this board did decide to do last year, and what we did fairly robustly, is we took on some of the expenses in the general fund that for certain activities that we were concerned would not survive the passage of that House Bill 1660. I don't know if you remember that conversation, but the legislature passed a law that said that we would not be able to charge the normal sets of fees for students of free and reduced eligibility. We were thrilled with that. That's consistent with our values, and there's no problem with that. It's just, that those proceeds supported certain programs and services that we didn't want to end for students, particularly during the pandemic when they needed it the most, right? So we did make an investment in the general fund, and we took on some of those expenses, but the ASB fund stands alone on its on the fundraising of students.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
To follow up on that. So we took on some of those ASB funds in the general fund, so what impact did it have on our budget this year?
We increased our financial commitment to some of the activities that were previously supported by student fundraising. I think that's maybe the most succinct way of saying it.
Okay, and is that something we're gonna have to look at this year and decide if we wanna continue doing that?
What we need to look at is, we didn't, kind of rewinding 1 year ago, we were kind of guessing about what the impact would be from the loss of fundraising, and now we have a better sense of what it actually was. So we will be able to dial in more closely to that we're not guessing anymore. We have a year of experience. Did I answer your question, Director?
Sort of.
I'm sorry, go ahead. If I'm willing to take another shot at it. I'm not sure.
I guess I always like to see like a cost benefit analysis. Did more kids get to participate? Because we did that, so that would be a plus on the plus side, or did it devastate our budget? And that's part of the reason we're, paying, we're spending more than we're taking in. I mean, so I guess when we look at all those things, I want to know the total impact, the positive and negative, the pros and cons,
Okay.
to make a decision.
I think I can do that. So the pros, so it's certainly a fact that had we not made that investment, ASB programs and ASB associated programs, some of them would have been cut. Clearly, there's just only enough dollars to go around, right? So that's a fact. Now, to be able to list off the specific activities and whatnot, I wouldn't be able to do that right now, but there's no question that that's true. We preserved student co-curricular activities that would have otherwise been discontinued. That's certainly a fact. On the quote negative side, it required an additional investment from the general fund. I'm uncomfortable pulling off the top of my head what exactly. I think it was $200,000,
Okay.
something in that range. I hope you won't quote me specifically on that, but that gives you a sense. It wasn't millions of dollars.
Okay.
But it was back to our priorities. That was a priority, you know. Those are activities that are hugely important to the social emotional health of these kids, particularly pandemic and, you know, so that was an investment. That wasn't like a burden. That was like, nope, we're going to do that.
Can I ask a follow-up to that? I know that last year we were looking at student fee structures, and I know that, well, I think some of it was being paid into the ASB. Did that take into account? Was that taken into account too? Was that part of that?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
When we looked at student fees,
Yes.
was that being paid
Yes.
into the
Yes.
ASB account too?
Yes.
And so some of those things like AP tests and stuff like that shouldn't have probably been spent out of ASB.
That's correct.
Like, those are kind of curricular and things like that we should have been paying for anyway. So to answer Director Bettinger's question, that was some of the stuff that we took on, right? From the ASB account?
Well, okay, let me take them step by step there. So, because it's a yes, 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 it's just that all three of them don't fit together exactly that way.
Got
So,
it.
Yes, we did cut reduce those fees that we felt like we shouldn't be charging students for, you know, arguably like curricular activities and creating financial barriers for students and things that we felt like they really should have access to. So we cut a lot of those fees. Those were not ASB fees, okay? Those did not reside in the ASB budget. But we also had to implement that new state statute that said that we could not charge a variety of different fees for students who were free and reduced price lunch eligible. Those were ASB fees. We eliminated those not because of our own initiative, but because the law now required it. Those were in ASB, and that did reduce the revenue in ASB, and that is why we had to make the investment that we did to kind of try to preserve what we could.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. That is a complicated one, it just kind of inherently, because you've got different funds involved. Okay,
Any further discussion on that? Tim? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
all right. Okay, so my understanding is that sine die is tomorrow. Sine die just means the last day of legislative session. I understand that that is tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yep, it is tomorrow.
I have been on the phone today, I've tried to glean information from websites. I'm doing my best faith here, okay?
Does that mean that I don't have to do the legislature?
Well,
I'm just saying.
I second that.
but I just insert this slide here because I know I'm creating a public record and I don't want somebody to come back and say, oh, Ben, you misrepresented this or that. I'm giving you the best information I have at the time, and I think it's going to zero in pretty close, but I've seen stranger things happen. So please indulge me as we speculate about what the legislature may do. There's 4 things going on. So just for quick orientation here, there's some years where the legislature gets together, and I pay attention, but it's like I'm not expecting any sort of huge change. It became pretty apparent about 4 weeks ago that I needed to be like budgeting time in my day to keep track of this because, and frankly, I wasn't expecting it. There's a lot going on and a lot that really matters for us. So, so that's the first thing is just, this is important to us. Enrollment stabilization funding, increased staffing allocations in the areas of physical and social emotional health, inflationary adjustments for salary allocations from the state, and local levy stabilization are the 4 things we want to zero in on. There is a lot more. And, you know, I'm balancing like how much time we want to spend about this before the legislature's even done. Okay, so it just happened that our work session falls today, a day before we're done, so. Okay, so you have 2 slides here on enrollment stabilization, okay? The first is literally a clip from the TWIO summary, and the second, which I'm going to skip to here, is trying to illustrate the different approach in the House and the Senate. So here's my attempt to make it super simple to understand. You'll know what hold harmless means, right? Okay, so think about if you're the legislature, you're trying to help school districts through this pandemic. you know that all these school districts are losing enrollment, right? We've lost maybe a little more but everybody's lost enrollment, right? So in their mind, they're going back to before the pandemic hit. And they're saying, hey, we will hold you harmless to your enrollment figures that existed prior to the pandemic. But then they're saying, well, we don't think we want to fully hold you harmless, right? So we're going to debate about how much we're going to hold you harmless. So I think, again, for now, until they're done, think about it as we're going to hold you harmless by half. That's probably the best way, without getting into the details, of understanding what's going on down there. They're arguing about whether they use budgeted figures or actual figures, whether it's going to be 50% or 60%. And we'll learn all that in a couple days. But just if you can grasp the concept, we're going to hold you harmless by half, that's more or less conceptually what you need to know. Okay? This could mean $10 million to us. This is not small amounts of funding. These figures are not mine. They're estimates from legislative staff, and at least one person suggested to me they might not be the most accurate, but this is what we have now. I think maybe the thing you can think is that whatever it is, it's a significant sum. Okay? The second thing is what we're calling health staffing allocations. Okay? There's a category of staff in the state funding formula is referred to as ESA staff. Okay? And it's guidance counselors, nurses, social workers, and psychologists. I have a long personal history with this funding formula. And it's really great to see the kind of structure of the prototypical school model finally come to fruition, and that these categories of staffing, which when we started that were funded infinitesimally, are now getting like real attention and investment. You've got two approaches out there. You've got the House approach and the Senate approach. I've spent personally over 3 hours poring over spreadsheets understanding this. I could answer every question you had, but let's pull it up, okay? At a high level, you can think about one approach making some investments very quickly, and then maybe some more modest increases in year 2 and year 3, whereas another approach is kind of a little slower to get there after 3 years. They both get to roughly the same place after 3 years. Okay? So here's an example. I didn't want to bore you with the giant spreadsheet, but here's an example. Counselors, guidance counselors, okay? The current staffing model at the high school level is that they allocate about 2.5 counselors for every 600 students at the high school level. Now remember, when they say they allocate 2.5 counselors, that's at their salary level, not at the school district salary level. It's at their salary level. So really maybe it's more like 2, right? You understand what I'm saying? In the first year, the Senate approach would up that to 3.3. Now that's that's just counselors. That's a pretty significant jump just for the counselor allocation. Similar bumps down the line across all 3 years for nurses, social workers, and psychologists. And the one thing I'm going to ask you to keep in your mind, because this is going to be a major discussion point around the state, is the state will come out and say, hey, we just allocated 20 more whatevers to you. Okay? 2 things to keep in mind. The first is we may have already hired 20, right? They're just paying for the ones that we've already hired.
Yep.
And 2, when they allocate staff to us, they don't allocate it at the rate that we pay our staff competitively in the region. They allocate based on a much more austere state salary assumption, okay? So just keep those 2 things in mind when, there's subsequent conversations about those staffing allocations. Okay. Haven't seen this. I worked in the legislature for 7 years, and then after that, 6 years very closely as kind of an advocate. I've never seen this. The implicit price deflator, that is critical for us in terms of being the driver of a lot of bargaining assumptions, a driver in terms of the salary allocations that come from the state to the school district. you can see in the underlying law, in the budget that existed before the legislature convened this year, the assumptions were 2% and 1.6% for the 2022 and 2023 school year. That was before they convened in January, okay? Then the governor comes out with his budget, comes out with 2% and 2%, okay? Now, in theory, these are not policy decisions. This is like coming from the Department of Labor, like there's an actual implicit price deflator, right? Then the Senate issues their budget. They issue it at 2% and 2%, okay? And then they go back and amend it and make the second year 4.7%, which is the highest IPD assumption I think that I've experienced in my time working in this. Then the House, I can't remember if it's the House or Senate first, comes out with 5%. That's a number like 2 to 3 times higher than the typical IPD that I've seen in my career. And there are certainly great parts to that in the sense that the legislature would be allocating those funds to the school district for the purpose of providing more robust compensation for our staff. We can all celebrate that. The trade-off is that, again, when they allocate those dollars, they're not allocating those dollars for all staff. They're allocating those dollars for state-funded staff. So we just got talking about the nurses, right? They may fund 30% of our nurses, So there's a lot of levy-funded staff for whom no such allocation is coming, right? So not just Kent, but a lot of school districts are looking at these numbers and going and calculating how much it's going to cost them to provide the same increase that would be required by the IPD. That's a pretty important concept. So I want to check in and say, does that make sense? Are you following? It would be like, hey, I'm going to provide you funding for a raise for 80% of your staff, right? And you're thinking, well, what am I going to do with the other 20%?
Yep.
Right? That's essentially and if it's I'm going to give you a lot of money for a big raise, then you're thinking, well, now I got an issue. I got to go find some money for the 20%. Okay? Okay, so the round, how are we doing here?
6 and 7.
Okay, so rounding this up. Tomorrow's the close of session, and I think I've fairly represented kind of the sandbox of where they're at, but I might even get a call tonight, like what the deal is. There are a slew of other important issues. They are apparently revising or may revise the provisions for participation in SEP again, the community eligibility provision for school lunch. They may make an investment in outdoor education, a fairly robust one, is my understanding. They're making some fairly significant changes in terms of substitute teacher costs and allocations to school. There's a transitional kindergarten, ECAP. These are all pretty important things. So there's a lot of work in unpacking what they end up doing and how it's going to affect the Kent School District. Why are we going over this? The state is the single largest source of our revenue, right? They dictate mostly how much we get, but almost as importantly, what we can do with it. Okay? And it may be 6 weeks before we truly understand all the unpacking of what this means for us. Okay? Now, in my mind, the legislative update and the revenue discussion kind of bleed together a little bit because the legislative update is in fact a discussion of our revenue. But continuing on with revenue.
If I can.
Of course.
So I realize that the House, Senate, Governor are always struggling for their priorities, but it was not lost on me that the House proposed no additional funding for response to lost instructional time, which was offset by $700 million from the governor and $1 million from the Senate. ESSER money could be used to offset that one time only. Is that accurate? They're not going to give us all the money. So.
Yeah, so all ESSER money is non-reoccurring by definition, so yes.
But it would fit our definition of since the cause was COVID and lost instruction, the mentoring and so forth could come from ESSER funding for 1 year.
Yes,
Okay.
or two, I mean, for however much time that we had the ESSER dollars to support it. But right now, our ability to commit ESSER dollars expires at the end of the 2023-24 school year.
Oh, okay, all right. Thank you.
And I didn't mention much about the governor budget, just simply because, in my experience, once the House and the Senate have come out with their budget, that's kind of what you're dealing with. So apologies to the governor, should he be finding time to watch the Kent School District Board meeting. So the enrollment, you've seen this slide before, but I want to reinforce that as we think about our revenue, this is critically important to keep track of. When we talked about the hold harmless provisions that the legislature was talking about, they were talking about pre-COVID, right? Remember, that was back to 2019. We lost enrollment even before that. So we're not being held harmless to enrollment loss, we're being held harmless to part of our enrollment loss, and then part of that.
Can I ask something really quick? If we go back, it says does not include Running Start, and I don't think I remember having this conversation. Do we know how many FTE we lose to students who do full-time Running Start?
Yeah. So in fact, it might even be in the financial statement tonight. So there's a chart in the back that, we have a regular chart that illustrates that. And we're up over 1,000 now, FTE in Running Start. I think we've ebbed just a little bit in the pandemic. There's different ways to display this, and it's not that Running Start students aren't included because they're somehow not important to our instructional program and we aspire for them the same things that we aspire for all of our kids. It's a financial slide.
Yeah, because funding follows students. So if the
That's
students
right.
go to Running Start, it
That's
follows
right.
them to where.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
So but we just lose the enrollment, which means we lose the funding.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So enrollment projections right now are such that, you'll remember last year, for the members that were on the board last year, we made an assumption, informed by discussions with the demographer, that when we lost students because we closed buildings and went virtual, so when we opened buildings, we assumed that there would be an equal and opposite reaction. And that did not happen. We assumed not even a full rebound. We assumed like about a third of a rebound. Not only did we not get a rebound, we actually went down further. That was certainly unexpected. So what's happening here is, rolling into the next budget, when you look at it from the perspective of what are we projecting relative to where we're at now, it's more or less flat. 28 kids for a district this size is more or less a flat assumption. Okay? But when you look at it relative to what staffing was based on last year, it is a drop, right? It is a drop. And so that is going to be a central challenge for us as we work through this process. Is we've got some very low class sizes right now. And you're balancing a number of factors and kind of dealing with this, what is ostensibly a new normal in our enrollment space. Okay, I have 2 slides for you on levy. The first illustrates timing, the second illustrates dollars, okay? I have a sense that we'll be talking more about this in future dates, so this just is a preliminary. I want to kind of get this concept straight. You've noticed that we've had 2-year levies, and I get the question a lot, like, why, who made the decision to do 2-year levy, and what's the theory, what's going on here? So take a look at this slide for a minute, if you will. So you'll see back 2015, 16, 17, 18, we had concurrent parallel 4-year levies. This is actually before I was here. That's pretty typical. I don't know about Highline, I think they run 3-year, but 3- and 4-year levies is a pretty typical structure. Well, something very significant happened in 2017 in the school district, right? And that was right at the time that the district was going out for its next EP&O levy. And the decision at that time was to go out for a 2-year levy because of the uncertainty, and we fractionally passed that levy, if you recall. And once you pass a 2-year levy, now you're kind of on a new cycle because your capital and tech levy is 6 years, and you eventually want to bring them back into Congress, right? So the 2-year levy that we just ran now brings those two back on the same cycle in calendar year, at the expiration of calendar year 24, okay? So that hopefully unpacks some of the history of why the 2-year, 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 okay? The other thing is you'll see the last time that the Kent community authorized a bond was, now, this shows us 2017, but it actually was to the voters in 2016 for authorization of collection starting in 2017. So it was like, I think it was November 2016. I wasn't here then, but my understanding is that's when it was. And so there again, it's like you also want to get on a schedule for capital funding measures. And the way that our debt service fund that we were talking about earlier, the scheduling of our payments is structured, that starts to become a consideration very soon. So you'll see I've got a question mark there, not that any great decision has been made, but it is going to be an issue for consideration as we move forward. We talked earlier about the impact of enrollment on levies and that the legislature was considering a hold harmless, and that the hold harmless was going to benefit us in our apportionment funding. It also benefits us in the levy. So just I went to the OSPI website and they haven't updated all their information, but just for quick illustration's sake, you can see that just the idea of holding us harmless to pre-pandemic enrollment could mean a couple $1 million a year in terms of our ability to collect what the voters have already authorized. Because what happens is we go out, we ask for a rate that's consistent with a level tax rate, right? But we don't necessarily know we're going to be able to collect that. Our ability to collect is premise how many kids are here, right? And we're not the only district in that situation. So all these districts going to the legislature saying, hey, can you do something for us? And the something for us is this concept of hold harmless to a prior pandemic enrollment. So I'll be reading that bill very closely when it passes the legislature to see whether it provides that protection. I think this is a great thing for board members to understand. So and there's somehow been an uptick in the questions I've received on this topic lately. This is how the levy works. You get the lesser of. There's two chunks, two parameters, if you will. One is based on how many students you have. One is based on what your tax rate is. The state calculates those for you, and you get whichever is lower. Some districts are tax rate districts. Other districts are per-pupil districts. We're a per-pupil district. So when the law was passed, it was $2,500 per student, and then it just updates for IPD every year, or I think actually it's CPI, I think. So that's why it's this bizarrely precise 2,741.51. That's just because it's adjusted for inflation every year. But no matter how many students you have, you cannot charge your citizens more than $2.50 per thousand of assessed value in your community. We are way low, way below that in terms of our tax rate for the EP&O levy. Okay? And then I also want to emphasize that you're going to start to see, and we've had this conversation before, so I don't want to chew up a ton of time with it, but the significance of ESSER as a mechanism for stability in our district in terms of the enrollment loss and not having to cut staff. You're going to start to see that manifest this year. You see larger claims in ESSER starting next month, the month after. I think our first claim is close to $14 million. The next one. Now you can see we've got tremendous capacity still, right? We'll continue to monitor that and discuss it throughout the year. And so concluding thoughts, how are we doing?
10 minutes.
Great, see, it's all 4 concluding thoughts. I mean, it happens once every 4 or 5 years, but it seems like this is one of the years where legislative action really, really matters and is really going to shape what districts can and can't consider. And it's kind of coming right in the middle of budget season, right? So most years, you know, they're kind of arguing about peripheral things. This year, they're really arguing about fundamental things. This COLA issue and the size of the IPD is very significant, very significant. The staffing, very significant. Enrollment stabilization, very, very foundationally significant to our budget. Keep your eye on enrollment. That chart that I showed you, the chart that I give you every month in the financial statement, there's 2 or 3 charts that every board member should just kind of know. And that enrollment chart is a big deal in the Kent School District right now. And very hopeful that we will see a rebound in enrollment into the spring and into the next school year, perhaps with the introduction of a virtual academy, perhaps with the introduction of more safe, you know, post-COVID environment and regulations. Could be a variety of factors. I continue to reinforce the concept of long-term budgeting and bargaining and staffing with the long-term in mind. Kent and a lot of districts are not in any short-term danger. You know, that was the purpose of ESSER dollars, was to make sure that districts were not in short-term danger. That's actually why ESSER exists, is because the federal government understood that there would be this short-term crater. And so it has served its purpose, but it's not here forever. And so recognizing that in our budgeting is key. And then the general fund is not the only fund. So most of the briefings that I give you are about the general fund, and that's because that's where the teaching and learning happens, and that's where most of the policy relevant stuff is. But the capital fund is something that I think is going to deserve some attention as we move forward. There's some issues, some considerations, and I just want you to know that, you know, the general fund is not the only fund. That every once in a while we have to, you know, pan back and look at all 5 funds and make sure that we're being responsible stewards for each of the 5. That completes our first budget work session for the year.
Hey.
And I'd be happy to take any questions that you have. Yes, sir.
I'd actually like to go back to 4 slides to bond and levy timeline. Yeah. All right. Those of us that have been around a while are well aware of the fact what happens to school districts that schedule taxes for a vote and a 3-part vote, and what happens to them. So if you ran that bond measure in 2024, the odds are overwhelming you'll lose one of the 3. So I'm just expressing right now my doubts about whether that bond will show up in 2024.
Yes, that's absolutely true. The odds seem to be, I hate to say it, but just factually, districts are not passing bonds right now. And so the data tells a story. As we've discussed internally, we also have like a fiduciary responsibility. Like if we feel that our buildings are not healthy, safe, modern, conducive to quality teaching and learning, then we have an obligation, even if we think it's going to be a steep hill, we have some sort of obligation there and not to kind of self-censor too. So it's hard. I mean, pretty much every district I'm talking to failed their bond last time. So I'm not being, Pollyannish about it. It's a challenge of leadership right now.
And I hate to, this is for Dave, by the way. The other issue that just showed up in the newspaper today is the inability to get parts for HVAC systems. And public institutions like us have them everywhere, and they have to be replaced regularly.
Yes.
And so that represents multiple questions. So I'm just serving notice that we're watching.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have an answer for that. Duly noted, I think, is the answer for that.
I have a question, and this may be beyond you, but on King County assessments, I mean, we all read the paper,
Yes, we do.
and I opened my tax thing and probably fell back 3 feet. How does the King County determine such an increase in a pandemic year from one year to the next in housing? Do they have to go exactly with what real estate is going for? I mean, is there any leeway with that? And that may be beyond your scope, but I was just curious, because people do not realize those assessed values, I mean, were huge.
Superintendent Vela, if we have the time, I would like to comment on this, but I know that you have,
Oh,
are we
okay. I'm
good
sorry.
to respond? Okay. Yeah, I also read the article in the Reporter. And I'm trying to respond to your question, but also kind of to the article as well. And I want to say a couple things. I was discouraged by the article because we spend so much time trying to be very strategic and extremely transparent about all these things. And that was a discouraging article with no malice. It's a super complicated topic. And so the first thing is that I would venture to say, I haven't collected this evidence, but I would venture to say that pretty much every locality in the state experienced a tax increase last year. Why? Because property values are growing, not just in Kent, but across the state. So I felt like that was important context. Like obviously if a housing value goes up 25%, the tax bill for that house is going to go up unless the tax rate is cut drastically, right? So it's not as if Kent is somehow unique in that. That's the first thing. I was discouraged that there was a picture of the Lab Academy as somehow an indication or an example of rising taxes. That is not an example of, obviously tax dollars go support the construction of that facility. But not all districts have been as intentional as we have about keeping a tax flat rate and doing that planning. We've poured a tremendous amount of effort into that. And not all districts, and again, I haven't marshaled all this evidence, but I can say that certainly not all districts limited themselves to the same dollar amount of levy. Like we had a choice. We could have gone out and asked for $90 million, at the 250 rate. We wouldn't have necessarily been able to collect all that, but lots of districts go out and ask for it, and then hope the legislature changes the law. We did not do that. Not only did we not do that, we didn't ask for a penny more in authorization than we had in calendar year 21.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's just because it is complicated and because people are seeing, let's be real about this. People are seeing increases in their tax bill. That is real.
Yep.
The reason for that is because property values have increased like virtually no other time in our history.
Yep.
And that's how taxes work, right? But those people who are seeing those bills are probably thankful that they live in Kent. and not in some surrounding communities that have higher tax rates, right? Where that bill would be even higher. So it's complicated, and I don't mean to cast an aspersion on anybody that there was an intent to misrepresent or whatever. It's complicated, and tax bills are going up. They're going up in every community across the state. They're going up in my community. Everybody here who owns property, their tax bill went up last year, you know. It's more about in Kent, is there a reasonable explanation for that? Is it because the school district is raising as much it possibly can, or is it because property values are growing? And it's the latter. So
Thank you so much. I hate to cut you off, but we're at
No, I'm
6:30,
pleased to be
and
cut
I
off.
appreciate that very much. So thank you very much, Mr. Eric. I'm going to adjourn, and we're going to go into an executive section at this time. And we're going to adjourn for the purpose of a special meeting to review the performance of public employees and to discuss with legal counsel or financial risk of course of action. We will return at 7 p.m., well, actually 6:45, I think, and we'll be back in here. So thank you. is 6:41. We're gaveling out of the executive session into an exempt session, which we will be back at 7 o'clock. We should be able to.
Yeah, we'll go.
Do we have any prior to agenda?
She'll tell us.
Shut us. Okay. Cool, thank you. Do any of them want to talk to an issue, agenda issue? Which- Are they all okay?
Just John.
Okay,
Yeah, just
Yeah.
okay, good, all right.
Wanted to go first anyways.
Thank you so much. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and I have some housekeeping issues. Ms. Carolyn Curry is supporting the meeting in Ms. Zantella's absence this evening, and Dr. Lauer, McPherson and Jacobson's, the superintendent search firm, is on the program in front of you, the board up there, and Dr. Jewel Harmon, Chief Accountability Officer, is also up there on the board via Zoom. And it looks like there's another person from the search firm. Do we need to identify? I'm sorry.
Rich Parker.
And Rich Parker is also from the search firm. All right, I'd like to start off by asking Director Benninger to say the pledge, please, if you'll join us.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, it's good to see the room full of people tonight, so welcome. This is a meeting of the Kent School District Board, which is held in public to comply with the Open Public Meeting Act. We welcome the public's participation in this board meeting and thank those of you who have come to the meeting and those who are viewing live stream. The Kent School District has done its best to advise you of the governor's order requiring those in the audience at present to wear masks. I'm going to read to you again, as I always do, the process for audience participation. The purpose of the board meeting is for the board to conduct its business in public. During the meeting, the board will listen to but not respond to comments from visitors. Those wishing to comment must complete a comment card and turn it in to Ms. Curry this evening, either before the meeting begins, which you have done, a lot of you already, or no later than the beginning of the legislative update. Okay? No cards will be accepted after that point. Visitors who have completed a comment card indicating a desire to speak to an agenda item will be called at that portion of the agenda. I don't think to date we have any. There is a brief delay in the live stream audio. We will allow for extra time for you to make your way to the boardroom if you are in an overflow room. When it is your turn to address the board, your mask needs to remain on while you're making testimony. Please state your name at the start of your testimony. Public comments will be heard after the opening during preliminary communication from the audience, at specific agenda items, and during final comments from the audience. Students will be the first to speak on any topic. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. You will hear a timer when 3 minutes are up. Please do not use specific names of staff or students or personnel identifiable information. Abusive public comments personally directed towards staff or board members will not be tolerated. The president may interrupt or terminate an individual statement when it is too lengthy, obscene, or irrelevant. Per board procedure, written material to provide board members with background information should be submitted to the superintendent's office at least 1 week in advance of the meeting. And now I'd like to call on Director Clark to read the land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge we are gathered upon the ancestral lands of the Muckleshoot Indian tribe who historically lived throughout the area between the Cascade Mountains and Puget Sound.
Thank you, Director Clark. I'd like to now ask our interim superintendent fellow if there are any changes to the agenda.
Thank you, President Hamada. A supplemental personnel report has been added to the consent agenda as item 9.11.
All right, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Madam President, I move that we put the supplemental personnel report in the consent agenda
I second.
as item 911.
Discussion?
Jody?
I'm good.
Nobody else discuss? All right.
I'm good. Thank you.
Director, or Vice President Bendo says he's good, so we're on.
Thank you, though.
All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor of accepting the agenda with the addition of 9.11, signify by raising their right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. Okay, we're on to 2.0, recognition. I'd now like to call on Director Benninger to read the proclamation for Education Support Professionals Week.
Gladly. Whereas education support professionals are involved in nearly every aspect of education, maintaining buildings and grounds, preparing and serving meals, keeping school facilities clean and orderly, assisting in the classroom, providing over 60% of all instructional hours to special education, English language learners, and opportunity gap students, performing and conducting research activities, providing information technology and media services, administrative support functions, and safe transportation, creating a secure and healthy environment, and many other specialized services. And whereas more than 62,000 education support professionals work with and help students in Washington's universities, colleges, and public schools, are the backbone of our public education system and deserve recognition. And thanks for the outstanding work they do for this state and their communities. And whereas education support professionals are instrumental in fulfilling the state's responsibility to educate all students, and by supporting the learning environment, they serve as crucial partners with teachers, parents, administrators, and school boards. Now therefore I, Jay Inslee, Governor of the State of Washington, do hereby proclaim March 14th through 18th, 2022 as Education Support Professionals Week in Washington, and I encourage all people in our state to join me in this special observance. Signed this 18th day of February 2022 by Governor Jay Inslee.
Thank you very much, Director Benninger. We're now on to 2.02, our proclamation on music in our schools, and I'd like to call on Director Clark to read that.
Whereas the National Association for Music Education has designated March as the Music in Our Schools Month to focus the nation's attention on the need for and benefits of quality music education programs, and whereas Music in Our Schools Month is an annual celebration that engages music educators, students, and communities from around the country in promoting the benefits of high-quality music education programs in our schools. And whereas Music in Our Schools Month is a time to highlight the importance of comprehensive, sequential music education taught by exemplary music educators. And whereas the study of music contributes to young people's development through heightened skills in listening, reading, self-expression, and creativity. And whereas music education in the schools includes a broad range of types of music and active musical experiences. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaim the month of March as Music in Our Schools Month.
Thank you very much, Director Clark. I look forward to the time when we can have some of our music people in here actually playing or showing all their great talents, which they definitely have. And now we're on to 2.03, the proclamation for the Women's History Month. And I'm going to read that. Whereas women of every race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of local community, the state of Washington, and the nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, educational, and social roles in all areas of life. And whereas women have played a unique role throughout history by providing the majority of volunteer labor force, and whereas women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nations, and whereas women of every race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic background served as early leaders in the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. Whereas women have served our country courageously in the military, and whereas, despite these contributions, the role of women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and studying of American history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Kent School District proclaim the month of March 2022 Women's History Month in the Kent School District and urge all citizens to join in the observance. Thank you. We women have done a lot, haven't we? I've sure seen some changes in my lifetime in the women's movement. And we're on now to 2.04, replacement of expiring educational programs and operations levy. And I'm going to call on Vice President Minow to read the recognition.
On February 8th, 2022, the voters approved Proposition Number 1, replacement of the expiring education programs and operations levy, which was certified on February 18, 2022. The school board extends its sincere gratitude to the voters, district staff, and community members who dedicated their time towards the passing of this levy. The voters have shown that our community values education and cares deeply about the future of our students. The passage of this levy ensures that we can maintain educational programming within the district and secures our financial stability. This levy reinforces to our students, families, and staff that we will continue our efforts to meet district goals of high-quality instruction and strong social-emotional support for students. Thank you, voters, district staff, and the KSD community.
Thank you, Vice President Bento. We're now up to preliminary communication from the audience. And we're going to go in the order of our students first. And I have the first, oh boy. It's Dylan. And can you help me? I can't read your last name here. Forgive me.
Hello, Marine. Thank you very much. All right. Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and constituents. I am Dylan Weiler, a junior at Kent Meridian Tech Academy. Currently, I am pursuing a career in welding. However, it has not been the full experience my current teacher was looking to give. There are several pieces of equipment which he has had to purchase with his own money in order to give us the proper experience in order to get certifications, which is needed for said careers, which the students may or may not be looking for in the future. I do not know many students who hope to get a job in the welding or CTE fields. We almost provide an equal opportunity for all the students in KM CTE classes, regardless if they wish to pursue a career in the field. We can accomplish this by providing the funding needed for equipment in order to complete the certifications for said equipment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And it is my error. I did not bring my glasses that I can't read your last name. It's so small print, so it's not mine. Thank you very much. And next up
Thank you.
is Miguel Brenas. Miguel?
Are we supposed to say anything?
Pardon me?
Are we supposed to bring something to say?
Did you filled out one of these?
They don't have to speak if they don't.
Pardon me?
They don't have to. He said, do I have to speak?
Oh,
So he doesn't want to.
you don't wish to?
No.
Okay, just, I want to observe that, so thank you very much for helping me with that. Okay, we're on to, the next one is Alvin, is it Oak? Or help me. Am I close? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alvin Oywalk, and I came here with things concerning the mask mandate. The first thing I had to ask were any precautions the KSD planned on any precautions KSD planned on taking after lifting the mask mandate. And then the next thing I had to ask was if the COVID cases were to spike after the mask mandate was lifted, what would KSD do after the spike has happened? And that's all I had.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And you have some questions. We're not in the nature to answer questions, just to help you out there, but somebody will get back to you with some answers. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next up is Ava Zentner.
Hi, good evening. My name's Ava Zentner, and I would like to bring up that for performing arts performances that we go back to full capacity. Right now we are at half, so with the mask mandates being lifted, I would like to bring that to the attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up is Itzel. Help me with the last name.
Bejarano.
Thank you.
Hello, members. Sorry, can I put this up a little?
Yeah.
Okay. Hello, members of the school board. My name is Itzel Bejarano. I'm from Kentwood High School, and I'm here representing our leadership/ASB program. I'm currently the president of Kentwood High School, and during my term, I have noticed that the lack of assemblies that we are allowed to have has really restricted both our learning within our leadership class and the unity of our school as a whole. I believe that especially spirit assemblies, although they may seem silly in nature, they truly help build our school community. Throughout this year, I've also seen a spike within vandalism in our school and all other issues, and I think that the root of a lot of these issues is that we don't have a lot of respect towards our school or that unity that we have felt in most years, especially with the pandemic. It has really divided us as a school, and I think that assemblies and gatherings were a great way to help build that respect that we are known for, especially at Kentwood, and that school spirit. So especially with this mask mandate being lifted, I would like you guys to reconsider the absence of assemblies within our schools and the capacity, as my fellow peer was saying, both with performing arts and with all school activities. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Alina. Okay, thank you. And next I have, oh boy. If you would, please. Pardon me? Come on up. And would you say your name so I can get it right into the microphone, please?
Hi, my name's Khadija Kone, and I'm a student at the Kent School District. I'm a senior, and I have a concern about racial discomfort within our classrooms. A recent incident, like with me at least, was a teacher dismissing white privilege and saying that they're tired of hearing about it, and then further saying that race isn't a huge issue and it doesn't affect us as much as our ethnicity does systemically. And then they further stated or compared the discomfort that they feel when talking about feminism or white privilege in other spaces to the discomfort Black students feel when there's a discussion about slavery or the history of Black people in America. And then and the day-to-day discomfort that we feel when talking about those issues, which is highly based on Black trauma in the U.S. And I'm still in that teacher's classroom today, and every time I'm in there, I still feel kind of like uncomfortable. I think this is a huge issue within the Kent School District because this has happened a countless number of times with me, intentionally or unintentionally, with both students and teachers. And I would urge the Kent School District to seriously consider who their teachers are and how their treatment affects Black and Indigenous students of color in their classrooms and outside of their classrooms from their day-to-day lives. Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward. Oh, boy. And I think this is Charles. And is it Peters?
Yes, Charles Peters.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone.
My glasses tonight. Sorry, folks. I forgot them.
I just wanted to express concern, obviously, with the mask mandate being lifted within the next couple of days or week. I forgot what date it was. What schools are taking in terms of precaution towards sanitization? Because obviously you can still spread COVID regardless of your vaccination status. And also in regards to, are schools going to continue furnishing masks for students who are unable to get them, or if they cannot afford them or don't have access to them? And what's going to happen with that moving forward since they're no longer necessary? That's it.
Thank you. And this has got to be Benjamin. And the last name? Help me
Hi,
with that.
my name is Benjamin Fankhauser. I am a senior at Kentwood, and it was what I came with more of a question, and I was just on the topic of the mask mandate. I was really just wondering what sort of precautions were taken with the disinfecting, with just preventing spreading, even if everyone's vaccinated, but also what precautions are going to be taken in order to ensure like a easy transition from everyone wearing masks to optional. What services the school can provide? Like, will the schools continue to provide masks for students, say if they forget it or if they can't get them? Is there what's the rules going to be like on the bus? Because I know there was some talk about that being different for school buses. I'm not sure the like I forget the word, realism of those, like the bus, but it was just something I heard. And what sort of steps are going to be taken to ensure like people that still want to wear masks are comfortable and not going to be in a way outcasted? That's all.
Thank you. And the next one is Emily. Okay, and the last name is, boy, help me with that one too.
Wakatake.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Amelie Wakatake, and I'm a senior at Kentwood. I speak on behalf of all of the LGBTQ people in the Kent School District as the GSA president. In recent weeks, it's been an issue with censorship, especially regarding students who are LGBTQ, and I ask the district to continue their fight for equity by creating more resources for LGBTQ students for like sexual safety and also living situations. I also ask the district to provide students with more education for their community. Thank you.
And just in general, I'm going to take a point of privilege here to say, if you young students haven't been here before, we're not going to comment tonight. It doesn't mean that we don't care. Somebody will be getting back to you and talking to you about all these issues. We really appreciate you coming tonight, but that's just our general procedure. But we have heard you, and we'll be getting back to you, and you'll get some answers, and there'll be more coming about masks and everything. So just be aware of that. And do we still have some time for some online comments? Or? Yes. All right, we'll go to that then.
Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela. Our first online comment tonight is from a KSD student, Margie Williams. What are the district's plans moving forward with the mask mandate? As well, are there or will there be any changes to any COVID restrictions already set in place? Our next comment is from Alexis Gillum. After the recent announcements from the CDC and Washington lifting the mask mandate, how does the Kent School District plan to change or remove their COVID restrictions and guidelines? The next comment is from Jenna Shem. What is KSD's plans for mask requirements at graduation? Our next comment is from Scott Errold. Kent Schools has excellent AP English and advanced mathematics programs. AP or advanced courses prepare students well for college in these areas. I am personally delighted as an avid learner that Kent Schools offers a full range of mathematics courses, everything from basic algebra to advanced calculus, as well as business math and accounting, that gives students the options to take classes that align with their desired future professions. In some ways, these courses offered at my high school, Kentwood High School, provides their students more for the real world beyond high school than out-of-date, general, and uninspiring high school courses that were offered to students many years ago. As a student who has taken multiple AP and advanced classes throughout my high school career, I am a senior, I feel that I am ready to move on to the next step in my academic learning, which is to transfer over to a four-year college. I am thankful for the Kent School Board for allowing me the chance to take classes that are higher tier and college-based, and for also allowing me to have a positive future in learning as I am about to advance to the next stage of my life. Our last online student comment tonight is from Racine Ramazani. I think we should have an extra class once a week for people to do their homework and get help for other assignments, etc. That we should have 6-minute passing classes, and we should not get marked tardy if we are a minute late to class. Thank you.
All right. And that includes all of our online comments?
We have more time.
For students, we do have online
Okay.
for general.
Okay.
Were there any? Okay. Our first online comment is from Lisa Templeton. Good evening, Superintendent Vela and members of the board. Question: how do you know when the sexual content of school library material is inappropriate for our children? Answer: when it's too explicit or shocking to be spoken aloud at a school board meeting. I am concerned to learn that our district provides unacceptable materials of the type discussed in recent board meetings to our children. We send our kids to school to learn academics, not to gain carnal knowledge. Given the assertions that the principal's removal of a certain book from the shelf violated policy, what are your plans for revamping KSD policy to protect our children from this unacceptable content as opposed to subjecting them to it? Most parents find such graphic material objectionable for their kids. For the parents who feel otherwise, they have the option to present it to their kids if they wish. The rest of our kids do not have an option to unsee such prurient content and should not be privy to it in our schools. Thank you in advance for putting forth for the time and effort to rectify this egregious situation and begin to repair our trust in KSD. I urge you to make it one of your very top priorities before further harm is done. I appreciate your diligence in making sure our kids are protected in our schools. Our next comment is from Samantha Hardy. On Wednesday, February 9th, 2022, I submitted the following statement of concern. I would like to please take a moment of your time and address my concern with the Vice President of the KSD Board. During the 1/26/22 board meeting, my public comment was read in support of the principal at Cedar Heights. During that reading, I, along with everyone else watching, observed this individual proceed to mock and laugh at my comment while even rolling his eyes throughout the entirety of the reading. What I am asking for is help in understanding how someone in his position feels so empowered to act publicly and while being recorded in such a disgustingly immature and inappropriate manner. I cannot begin to express how incredibly upsetting this was to experience, given the exact content that was being discussed. Please understand, I am not damaged by this. I am simply saddened and ashamed by how comfortable he is with his behavior. I am proud and openly gay, but that is such a small aspect of who I am in the scheme of life. I do not advertise it. I do not hide it. I am simply me, and being gay does not define me. During my statement, I openly admitted to being a part of the LGBTQ+ community to make a point. Frustratingly, my comment was the only one that this individual felt necessary to react to with such harassing theatrics. I have zero issue with a difference in opinions here. I am, however, absolutely appalled by the bullying behavior of the Vice President of the Board and his clear dismissal of my opinion and personal life story. After submitting the information above, I received a response from a board member outlining policy 4220 as an option should I want to formalize my complaint. As response to my formal complaint, I was presented with a form letter and multiple excuses for the individual's inappropriate and unprofessional behavior, followed by dismissal and the insinuation that board members are untouchable as they are not technically district employees. This is unacceptable. I do not feel that it is beyond my rights as a community member and employee to ask that this behavior be addressed in a serious manner with forward progress to assure that all who represent Kent School District, regardless of title, are held to the same standard of professionalism and accountability. As the Board of Directors of Kent School District, it is a primary responsibility to serve as community representatives. I ask the community, is this harassing behavior representative of you? And our last comment tonight is by Denise Renteria. At the heart of any matter when working in education is the impact of decisions upon students' academic performance, mental health, and social-emotional wellness. When we have 20-year-old policy that is outdated and negatively impactful for students and our community in 2022, this should raise red flags and alarms for decision makers within KSD and among our community, such as the current case with the outdated policy and process for challenging books in school libraries. In the rebuilding of this outdated policy to make it relevant and meaningful for our students today, our students themselves, their experiences and voices must be centered and heard deeply. Our LGBTQ+ community and alumnus of KSD, along with BIPOC and other community members representative of our students, must come to the table to be a part of this process. The sentiment within the intersection of our BIPOC and LGBTQ+ communities right now is that our LGBTQ+ students are being othered, and the focus instead is upon adults' actions, not the implications of those actions upon our students. And yes, I am speaking about our LGBTQ+ students from elementary schools through middle and high schools because they exist and show up to our schools that for the most part are not ready for them to show up as they. Yes, we understand what is happening right now with pulling an explicit LGBTQ+ book written by a BIPOC author off the shelves at one particular middle school here in Kent is going through a book challenge process right now, and that this very policy is outdated and 20 years old. So how are our students, community, and staff to feel when an outdated policy process is priority over rebuilding and revamping this policy so that students have input to the process and a more equitable access to the book challenge process itself? Let's not wait to update a 20-year-old policy. Being an inclusive manner towards updating this policy right now sends an important message for students and community members watching this unfold. Thank you. That concludes this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Curry. Appreciate it. And now we're on to 4.0, Interim Superintendent Report. Mr. Vella.
Thank you, President Mata. As springtime approaches, we enter into an annual period of change, growth, celebrations, planning, and preparation in our district. This is the time of year when we begin living in both the current school year and planning for the next school year, balancing the weight of now and future, all while working never to lose sight of why we are here in the first place: to support the academic and social well-being of each and every student in our district, all 24,613 students each and every day. For the last 2 years, we in K-12 globally and here in Kent School District have done this with the added layer of navigating the COVID pandemic and constantly changing health requirements. Our students have been impacted in so many ways, from learning at home full-time to learning at home to a combination of both. They have been distanced from friends and family, and many have lost loved ones along the way. And yet, our students continue to learn. They continue to want to come to school to learn. For this school year, 71 of the 113 school days so far, our students have had 90 to 95% attendance rates district-wide. Yes, 90 to 95%. Showing up is the first step. Learning is the next step. The learning cannot happen without our fantastic staff in KSD. Springtime in our district is also about celebrations, including celebrating our team. We recently kicked off with our Teacher of the Year celebration. I appreciate board members joining me recently at Scenic Hill Elementary to celebrate Michael Carney, our 2021-2022 Teacher of the Year. Mr. Carney has made a 20-year teaching career of putting his students first and creating a space where students can learn, grow, and build a pathway towards their next step. I look forward to celebrating Mr. Carney and other employees of the year at an upcoming board meeting. This year, the spring also signifies a transition from the pandemic to the endemic stage of COVID-19, as the Governor and Department of Health begins to lift and change mandates and requirements that we have followed the past 2 years. While the transition is welcome to some, others are still hesitant. In our district, the truth is our community has been divided on the appropriate response to COVID throughout the pandemic. While we, as a district, may not have always been perfect, our goal has been to follow the public health guidance to support the health and safety of our students, staff, and community. And this has been what we will continue to do. The Health Department released brand new requirements for the guidance to mitigate COVID-19 transmission in K-12 schools yesterday morning. The new requirements go into effect this Saturday, March 12th, after the statewide mask mandate is lifted. As we have communicated over the last few weeks, we will continue to follow the guidance, and masks will be optional for all KSD students and staff starting Monday, March 14th, regardless of the vaccination status. However, exceptions are now outlined in the Health Department's new guidance, including specific instances where masks will still be required in our schools. Since yesterday, I've been working with leadership to review what is now required and what the Department of Health has left as recommendations for each of the 295 school districts in Washington State to decide. Again, our priority in reviewing all recommendations is the health and safety of students and staff. Tomorrow, we will meet with COVID site supervisors from each school to review the changes. We will communicate with all staff and families about all the changes from Department of Health and update our website on Friday. I know that there have been questions from students, families, and staff about the exact changes we are adopting, and some who wish we would communicate sooner. I want to be clear that we do not make any of these decisions lightly or in haste. Nearly 4,000 staff and over 25,000 students and their families are counting on us to review the recommendations from Department of Health and make sound decisions as we move forward together in this next phase of the pandemic. In the coming weeks, I also anticipate comparisons of what districts are doing differently than we are, and that's okay. What is important is that we do what is best for our community based on the data and guidance that we have. The recommendation from public health is very clear. COVID is still here. Many in our community are still not vaccinated. The risk of severe illness and death is still real, and guidance from public health can still change. This transition to the endemic phase does not mean COVID is over. It is just a new phase of the pandemic. That said, I do believe that our students and staff have done a tremendous job with the mitigation practices in place over the last 2 years. Our staff and our schools have significantly contributed to the low transmission of COVID that our community is now experiencing. To that end, we can feel comfortable now being flexible and removing the protection of masks being required in our schools for students and staff starting Monday, March 14th, because we will continue to support prevention and mitigation measures in our schools and buildings to support the health of our students and staff. Part of the support includes ensuring all of our schools and facilities are supportive environments, free of bullying for those students and adults who choose to continue to wear masks while at school or at work. Let me say that again. Harassment and bullying of those who choose to wear masks will not be tolerated in our district. Additionally, we will continue to offer vaccination and booster clinics for those eligible. Please check your email and website for information coming soon. Thank you to our students, families, staff, and community for your continued flexibility and understanding as we navigate the changing requirements together. We will get through this by working together to support a healthy, safe, and successful school year. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We're on to 5.0, our legislative update. Before that, I want to make one last appeal that does anybody have any more comments? This is the last time you can fill out to give public testimony. And yes, sir? Do you have your hand up?
Will this meeting be available in the public records for future reference?
Yes, yes,
Where can it
absolutely.
be found?
Pardon me?
Where can the meeting be found in the public records? The transcript? of the meeting?
He's saying, where can he find the meeting? On YouTube.
A transcript, or, I mean, it's videotaped, and you can see that on the website, and you want to further?
Archived. Yeah, this meeting is being recorded and will be archived, so, yeah.
If you
On
need help
YouTube.
with that, I can tell you at the end, okay, the meeting.
The meetings are all open and public on YouTube, so people are watching us right now on YouTube, but also you can go back
Yeah.
and look at it. And I think there's a toggle feature where you can see it transcribes things.
Oh, okay. All right, I don't see any more public comments. Moving on, we're now up to our legislative update, so I'm going to call on Director Farrell. Do you want to give us our legislative update?
Okay, thank you, President Hamada. I'll just concentrate what Mr. Ben did not concentrate, which is he concentrated on the money. I'm going to concentrate on the bill numbers so that we know. As I mentioned in my legislative reports in the past few weeks, this session is a short session, and it's supposed to actually end tomorrow, March 10th. Therefore, my report will be short. In this report, I'll provide you with updates on K-12 bills as they progress through the legislative session. Over the last few weeks, this list has narrowed as fewer and fewer bills were selected to move forward. WASDA and the districts had concentrated on 17 bills, which they considered were the vital bills for this session. Out of 17, 11 will become law. While no bill has been signed by the governor yet, the final step to enacting a bill into a law, I anticipate the following bills will join the ranks as session law very soon, and the bills are HB 1664, which is about concerning the prototypical school formulas for physical, social, emotional support in schools. HB 1590, concerning enrollment stabilization funding to address enrollment declines due to COVID pandemic, as we've talked about during the work session. HB 1878, increased public school participation in community eligibility, provision of the United States Department of Agriculture. HB 1723, closing the digital equity divide by increasing accessibility of and affordability of telecommunication services, devices, and training. That's also very important to me because I've seen that with my own eyes. HB 5933, establishing a school seismic safety grant program. Senate bill concerning 5252, concerning school district consultation with the local tribes. Senate bill 5878, clarifying visual performance arts instructions. Senate bill 1153, increasing language access in public schools. Senate bill 1867, concerning dual credit program data. Senate bill 1329, concerning public meeting accessibility participation. Senate bill 1617, aligning state and school holidays. There will be more bills in my final list because this, will be the second meeting we have. The session has already ended, but I'll provide those who have both those bills, the final list that has passed both chambers and are highly likely to be signed by governor into law. I will also provide a complete list of next meeting with some additional analysis. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. That concludes my report.
Good report there, and let's hope that we can even have better results when you talk again. All right, we're on to 6.0. Presentations, and 6.01, our superintendent search, and I'm going to call on interim superintendent to introduce.
Thank you, President Hamada. I'd like to call up Ms. Melissa Laramie, our Executive Director of Communications and Public Affairs, who lead us through this portion of the presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, President Hamada, members of the board, and our Superintendent Vela and Ms. Curry. Pleased this evening to once again introduce our partners at McPherson and Jacobson. Dr. Latter will be presenting on our community stakeholder input as part of our process for the superintendent search. If you're keeping track of our dates in this process, we're nearing the end of the search process that began officially in January as we head towards the deadline next week for applications and then interviews and then selection in the end of April. So I will turn it over to Dr. Lauder.
Thank you very much, Ms. Laramie. Members of the board, thank you for having us here this evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, there's a little bit of an echo. I'm not sure.
A little bit of an echo? Not sure why.
I think we're checking it on our end. Just a moment.
Yes.
I think we're good. Go ahead, Dr. Lauder. Oh, go ahead, Dr. Lauder.
Okay, is that any better? Yes? Well, let me just say good evening again to everyone, and thank you for having us here to talk to you about your search process, which we believe to be going quite well. We currently have 17 applicants. Of that, we are already beginning to look at 8 of them. We continue to actively recruit new applicants, and we are actively seeking applicants from those underrepresented populations. And we're having good success in our minds. You have tonight your SurveyMonkey results and a short executive summary of the stakeholder reports. We, the team held, let me go back just a second to the SurveyMonkey report. You had 156 responses in English and only, unfortunately, 2 in Spanish, but you have those. In the stakeholder meetings, I believe we had 9 meetings, and that's represented by the executive summary report. And if I can share screen, I will put that up. Let me see if I can do that. I think this is it. Can you see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. So let me say that these reports or these survey results are often difficult to read because you often look at things or see things that are not as positive as you would hope. Having said that, it's important for the board and the community to understand that this is obviously an opportunity for people who have concerns to express them. Rarely do people who have positive things to say end up sharing a lot of information. They're often too busy and they don't feel the need. The other thing I would say to you is that since 2014, when I started doing this, this is a typical kind of report that you would find from a district of your size. I would also modify that by saying that over the last 2 years, things across the country have become quite divided and difficult. Any district in the nation today, and I deal with districts all over the West Coast, will have concerns about communication, will have concerns about decision-making processes, concerns that you would find in your reports. Having said that, this is fertile ground for the district, the board, and the next superintendent to begin to bring people back together and to build an even better district and program for your students. I think one of the things that needs to be said is not only are you similar, but there's tremendous goodwill in your community and amongst your staff for your students and for the best education for your students. In the community, there's strong support for staff and students. There's tremendous pride in the community about the community and the district. People believe that the community is very hardworking and that the community is very diverse and provides a great deal of resources. Again, lots of food for thought. So again, pretty much consistently, people across the board feel that the community is extremely diverse, and they appreciate that. They also feel that people band together to support each other and serve the needs of the community. There's a strong feeling that the community is very caring and that there's a large amount of opportunity here for young people, graduates, people who would like to come and work, a variety of industries, and they pay a living wage. The local businesses want to be engaged with the school district to benefit the schools, but also to benefit their future workers. They want to make a difference. Clearly, some of the high-tech industries, Blue Origin, Amazon, Boeing, etc., are very good opportunities. The district itself, what are the good things about the district? Themes are pretty clear. Everyone agrees that the staff is excellent. Excellent teachers, excellent support staff, good people doing great work to benefit students, going above and beyond what the contracts or the job descriptions say because of the heart for children and the heart for doing good things. Clearly, a theme is that staff are very caring and they have great compassion for students. And it comes from the students as well. They're very appreciative of the staff, all staff, and that is bus drivers, cafeteria workers, crossing guards. It's not just instructional staff. Administration as well. They're pleased and proud of the fact that the district has great partnerships with local colleges as well as local businesses. And I hope I got this correct. The Glover Empowerment and Mentoring, people feel that that's an amazing resource and they're very proud of that program. They're also proud of the fact that the community has supported the district in passing a substantial bond a few years back. A lot of comment about the TOP program and the Kent Lab Academy. People are very happy with that and they're very pleased, although I think TOP is no longer in existence. I could be incorrect, but I think that's what I heard. They feel that the district does provide a lot of programs for students. The district is an early adopter, well, was an early adopter of one-to-one laptops, which they felt they were very proud of the fact that the district was on the cutting edge of that. They feel that people come to the community and stay. They believe it's a great place to live and work. Many, many good things. So what issues will the next superintendent face? Communication is problematic across the country as it is in your district. There is a need for better two-way communication, clear, regular, consistent, trusted communication. The district needs to continue to address the growing diversity of the community and the schools. It is clear that the staff don't always reflect the diversity of the community or the student body. And that's something that people or the district needs to be aware of. There's also a question about the effectiveness of some of the programs, and do they really reach all the needy families that are there? Not that the programs are not good or that they're not effective, but this is a comment about could they be more effective? Could they be more? Could there be more families that benefit from the programs? The district needs to reconnect with the students who have disappeared during the pandemic years. Those students could be out there, they could be not going to school. It's a big drain on the district resources and a big negative for students to not be in school. So if the kids, those students are not in a school program, be it some kind of correspondence program, some other district, it would behoove the district to try to find out how many of those students they could bring back to the Kent School District. Many of the problems that we find in these reports have been exacerbated and or created because of the pandemic, the strife around the pandemic. And those problems and those feelings, communication issues, the feeling of distrust, etc., need to be addressed in the near future. There is a feeling that there has been a violation of trust. And again, I think that it's a feeling, and I think people need to be aware of that, and they need to be, the new superintendent needs to understand that and address that. The associations, your unions, have expressed dissatisfaction with the district, and that's not uncommon. I have seen that and hear that, again, all over the West Coast, and it's much of that is exacerbated or made worse by the last 2 years of the pandemic. There is a perception that concerns that are sent to the district are not resolved. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed and looked at. Again, it's a perception. The superintendent needs to be seen in the schools and the community, a much more visible presence. And again, for the last 2 years, that's been extremely difficult with hybrid learning and restrictions on face masks and all of the things that are going on. The district is facing financial issues, as you all well know, and you are not the only district in the state that are facing those issues. your neighbor, some of your neighbors very close to you, who've been consistently well-funded are also facing some of those issues for different reasons, but facing those issues. There needs to be consistency in resolution for severe behavior problems. That seems to have been consistent among many of the meetings we've had, and I see it also in the SurveyMonkey. There's a question, it's pretty consistent. People would like to know what happened to the federal COVID funds and how they were spent. I think that's a communication issue. There needs to be a system. There's a need for systems and processes to ensure consistency and predictability of outcomes and discipline. Discipline are all members of the Kent community, school community held to the same standard. I think that's where that is coming from. What are the characteristics and qualities desired in the new superintendent? A high degree of integrity, patience, perceived stability and calmness, an ability to manage conflict and deal with unhappy people, or people who have strong opinions that may differ from the direction of the district. A person who has successfully addressed diversity, or has success addressing diversity and equity issues. A person who has superior communication skills and can clearly express a vision. Experience with large districts or large district issues is key. This person needs to be a collaborator who understands the context of Kent and the state. Going forward, the new superintendent is advised, or the feeling is that should be advised to fairly distribute cuts among all groups and agencies by working with the stakeholder teams and groups. There's a feeling that has not happened. Again, that's a feeling. I'm not sure if that's a fact, but it's out there and needs to be addressed. It would be a big positive if the new superintendent was bilingual. Again, a person with great poise, the ability to manage conflict gracefully. Such an important thing, to be able to bring people of diverse opinions together. A thoughtful, open-minded, positive thinker. Someone who's good at delegation and someone who's action-oriented. This person must be able to rebuild trust, respect, and confidence. Your new leader needs to be able to leverage the large amount of community resources. It's felt that this superintendent shouldn't be just a school administrator, a superintendent, but a true community member and a true community leader. These are generalities, but they seem to be themes throughout the sessions we've had and the SurveyMonkey results. Again, I would caution the board and the community to not look at these reports and these comments to think that things are extremely bad. Clearly, there's lots of work to be done, but the first step in getting things done is to find out what the concerns are. And I would congratulate the board on engaging in this process and developing context for the new leader. Mr. Parker, did you have anything, or would you like to add anything?
Unmuted now. No, I would not. Steve, I think you did an excellent job and articulated everything that I had heard as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Applications closed, as was stated earlier, on the 16th. We will continue to vet those candidates from the 16th through the 30th of March. And on the 30th, we have scheduled a special meeting. We will present our short list to the board, who will at that time advise us as to who will bring forward for interviews scheduled for that first week of April the 4th through the 8th, as I have it on my calendar. As I said before, we currently have 17 applicants. Of that, we're looking at 8 that hold good promise, and we're very pleased with the process as it's moving forward. Let's see, questions?
Director Clark.
I was caught off guard about the one comment, not just an administrator in education, but a leader in the community, and whether there were expressions of what that would actually look like.
Thank you for that question. I think that the meaning there was an active member of the community, not someone who just does work within the schools and the school district, but engages in the bigger community events. Could be a volunteer event, it could be Kiwanis events, those kinds of events. So that the comment here is they see this person as a leader in the district, but also a leader in the community, someone who can be seen in the community as a resource, a positive asset to not only the district but the community as well.
Discussion? Director Bettinger, do you have any questions?
I'm just looking at theirs, because this is, you only covered the first like 4 pages of this document, and I appreciate all the deeper understanding, you know, how it's broken out further down below, which I would highly advise other people to look at too, just by the different groups of people that you interviewed, and it looks quite, from what I'm seeing, quite comprehensive. So, yeah, it's very helpful.
Thank you.
Director Farah, comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to, usually what happens as an immigrant, most of immigrants don't respond to surveys. And it is something that we all have to work on, making sure that, were there attempts made to make sure that those whose first language is not English or Spanish?
Well, I know the district, and maybe Ms. Larrabee can speak to the outreach side of it, but it's traditionally, as you said, traditionally difficult for the non-English speaking community to participate in some of these events. And I think that's certainly clear. It's a clear area for improvement. By the way, you're not the only district that has this problem or concern. My personal experience is we would do community outreach for the different communities to try to bring people together within their cultural norms and boundaries. For our Hispanic community in Stockton, we would hold events where children would come and perform. We would have food. We would have a lot of community building type events, and then we could use that forum to get information to them and from those communities. I think each community, the African American community or the Asian community, they're going to have different kinds of cultural customs, but I think it's certainly something that could be worked on, and certainly there are school districts around that are doing that work and could be good examples for Kent.
That would be my feedback too. I was really surprised how low the attendance was of the meetings, but I know that there was a thought exchange we haven't really heard about. I don't know if Ms. Laramie is going to talk about that thought exchange, which looked like it had more participants. So I'm always concerned, like Director Farah, about like who's not at the meetings, because the people who come to meetings are the people we hear from a lot, and that's fine. We hear you. Thank you for participating again. But I also want to focus on the people who are not represented at the meetings, who's missing, who's not able to attend. And I know that the times are not always available and that the language ability is not always available for people. And I know we can't translate in every language, but I know that we have some talented staff that we can, have us help with translation services, et cetera, hold Zoom meetings specifically in different languages. Like I know that the office tried. I know that Ms. Laramie did a lot of hard work on that. But I just want to make that point out there that I noticed that there's low attendance and missing groups and people from these conversations. So I just want to put that out there.
Let me also say, I didn't mean to imply in any way, shape, or form by saying that Ms. Laramie could expand on the outreach, because I have to tell you that she's been an amazing support, help, and a great partner in this process. And so I would like to thank her personally for the work that she's been doing for the district and for this process. So thank you, Melissa. I really appreciate your work and your support.
Thank you, Dr. Lauder. I definitely agree. I think if we didn't have the COVID restrictions, we would have done much differently this process. It would have looked a lot different, what we could have done with engagement in person. As far as who we invited, you were a big part of that process. When we met on Saturday the 29th, everyone that you identified, we invited. Whether you told me there in that meeting, I got emails later, ideas, even if you didn't have the name of the person, you sent me messages and said, what about this person, what about this person? All of those leaders, we did invite to either the community, the civic group, or the others. We also engaged with all of our labor leaders for those specific community groups. And so they were all invited. Now, whether that worked for them to attend or not, they did get those direct email invitations from myself to come to the table. So it was a home name, a KSD email, not a partner email from Dr. Lauder, no offense, but like a KSD email invite coming to attend, but also to participate in the survey or the thought exchange. And that was sent a couple times from me. And as far as engagement for all families and all staff, we did every mode multiple times. Social media, staff link, New in the Blue newsletters, email. The labor union sent it out to their members multiple times. Cabinet meetings, we talked to our labor leads. In person, I talked to them about the process, what it was going to look like, how it was going to look. We did mobile app notifications. We did Peach Jar flyers. So we did it all. And this was the result. And it was for all of the opportunities available to them and the dates and times. So more languages in person, would it have looked different? Maybe. Yes, in person, definitely. And I think, it's something that we're always looking to increase engagement. So absolutely, I hear you. And it's something that we've reflected on, but I think that we also want to honor and value those that did take time to respond. So I think we do recognize that. And we'll continue to take questions on this piece, and I am happy to share about the thought exchange, which we supplemented, which is part of the contract from McPherson and Jacobson, just because that's something that we do as part of our regular KSD communications. So.
Well, just a quick note too is, this is open to the public. It's a 60-page report, okay? And I mean, it's very transparent that every person that spoke on these pages was written down. It's not been cleaned up or anything. So the community has asked repeatedly for transparency. And in these 60 pages, whether it's a small amount of people, one or two, or a large amount of people, your thoughts were written down. It not only helps us with the superintendent search, as I see it, it's if we can go through this and see if there's areas, and I'm not saying all of it's true, or any of it's true, but if we see some parts that we really feel that we need to work on, this can be a working roadmap to a lot of areas that the board can take on, administration can take on, and staff can take. It can be a learning experience. So one thing that I think is really important is it's very transparent. So if you want to take the time to read it, and you certainly had a chance to have input on it, and we're still taking input. Every day of the week you can email any board member or call them, and I answer my own phone. So those are just my thoughts, and maybe is anybody else, or do we want to go on to the thought exchange, or any other discussion on this part of it? I don't see any
One last comment, President Hamada.
Sure, I'm sorry.
Just from my personal experience, not only working with your staff, but working with your employees in your community, to a person. They were polite, they were friendly, they were open, they expressed the pride in their community and their district, and they were just interested in trying to make things better. So all of these comments, while some of them seem to be harsh, I think people really want to make things better. I mean, I mentioned that earlier, that there's a pride that the community will come together and make things better. And that was my impression. People were very open and honest and very, very pleasant, very supportive of the schools.
And I think too, this will be helpful. One thing we talked about on January 29th as well is that the job description is like 22 years old. And so the board kind of talked about getting that job description updated. So that's something that we need to get working on. And so this 61-page document, I think, can help inform some of that work as well.
Thought exchange.
Okay, I can move on to that.
And I think we're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I will share the screen now. Sorry, you probably already had it open.
In the background. It's okay.
Okay, sorry. It's been a while since I've been up here. Okay. So I will go through this. The Thought Exchange is live on our website as well as of today, this afternoon. So we had a few, about half as many, I guess, total participants altogether with the, so when we add this to how many responded, so we had 86 participants, 121 thoughts, and 2,100 ratings. So if you're not familiar with Thought Exchange, it's an anonymous tool. You can log in and share a thought. There's limited character space. You can also log in and just review thoughts and rate on a scale, a stars rating scale, how much you agree or disagree with other thoughts that have been shared by other folks. And all thoughts are anonymous. We do ask some demographic questions just to understand who's participating in this. So we can see, similar to the report from McPherson and Jacobson, just kind of get a sense of who's actually participating in the Thought Exchange. You'll see this multi-select. This is new from Thought Exchange, so they're always updating the tool. So we do have some staff, for example, that are both a member of our team KSD and also a parent. And now they can choose both instead of having to decide one role, what's their primary role, which we used to ask in that way. So word cloud, some people are fans, some people are not. This is simply just which words came up the most out of the responses. Dr. Louder and I did talk about the similarities between the surveys and input meetings, and there are a lot from. They ran independently, obviously, but in the same time period. So these were the top thoughts, the highest ranked of the different thoughts. You'll see the rankings here, and I did pull a couple different ones just because when you read through them and you can see every single thought and how they were ranked, some of the top thoughts when you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they were similar. So I wanted to give you an example and some variety of the different thoughts. But experienced, we saw that in the survey. A team player, so working well with other stakeholders, we saw that. Compassionate, creative, courageous, and collaborative leader. Some alliteration there, some great alliteration. Integrity, involvement, going to the schools, we saw that. That's a similarity. So some similarities between the report, and then a commitment to spending district money on students and their needs. So a real focus on that fiscal responsibility, but really focusing on students. When we look at the key themes, What's most important by themes, we have characteristics, and this is a wide variety, so just really important, the characteristics. The skills, really ranking the skills. Student focused, really being student focused, showed up high. Experience, district experience, large district experience. Miscellaneous things, I'll show you what's included in all of these. So we'll go through the top thoughts in each of these categories. A leader, communication, knows Kent School District, staff, and parents. So characteristics, those top ones, that great alliteration, integrity, honest, open, clear communication, respectful, a lifelong learner. So some real similarities, not only to what we saw in the survey, but to what you also identified on the 29th. Communication, open communication, open to listening to public, effective communicator, involvement, open and transparent. Experience, so experience as a superintendent or assistant, all levels, so understanding teachers, what they do day to day, experienced leader, strong enough to handle critical staff, a divided community, and board. Teamwork, being a coach, having skills and experience. Staff, someone who believes in and supports their teachers, compassion for students and staff. We need a leader who has the best intentions for our staff and students with every decision that is made, decency to staff, willingness to institute or support equity, diversity, and inclusion-focused professional and development for staff across the district. So real staff focus in this category. A leader, someone who's a team player. Again, that involvement at schools, a focus on logistics, finance, operational, and teaching basics. A systems thinker, the temperament of a leader, someone who can calm people around him or her, really kind of that coaching again, a kind leader, kindness, culturally competent and equity focused. Students of color make up more than 71% of our district, so we need a superintendent that embraces our diversity, equity, and inclusion. Skill, so getting to those tangible skills, committed to financial transparency, understanding of IEPs and 504s, a problem solver, someone understanding how schools work, has a background in teaching and learning at various levels around the district, someone who can lend positive support and motivation, labor experience and understanding of how KSD was in dire financial condition. I'm going through these quickly. I know, I apologize. Student focus. So again, this one, a lot of strong agreement here. But really, whether it's, I think Mr. Reck mentioned earlier, does our budget reflect our focus and commitment on students? Commitment to students, excuse me. Delivering results for students, being aware of students, who our students are, what's going on in schools, and that real bold and dedicated commitment to DEI. And that open discussion about race and focus on DEI and everything that we do, from curriculum to the classroom discussion. So someone that knows Kent. This surfaced in a number of different ways, from knowing our community to knowing our history, to again, knowing our staff and students and knowing our makeup. So different ways that looks. So again, the full, every comment, everything, there were nothing that I had to withhold. and there's nothing, so we have certain parameters, if there's any foul language or anything like that, that we hold back. Those are the parameters that we use on thought exchange. So all comments were posted, all comments were rated, and you can read the full exchange on our website. It's also linked here in this presentation. And of course, we have the full search schedule that we walked through at our last meeting that you can see as well on our website. So happy to take any questions about the thought exchange.
Discussion? I don't see any. I thank you for all that, Melissa. It's very educational and informative.
Okay, thank you. You good?
And is there any closing remarks, Dr. Lauder? Or?
No, I think I said most everything earlier. I would just, again, thank the board for going through this process, being very open and very public in this process, reaching out to all the stakeholders and as much of the community as possible to try to get that information prior to making your decision. I personally believe this is the best process because it does provide the new superintendent with lots of information and a context in the community when they come, because that person will be seen by the community prior to their arrival. So that presets expectations and also positive support. Again, I want to congratulate the board for going through this. Lots of great information to move forward. Thank you all for giving us the opportunity to work with you in this important endeavor.
Thank you so much. So that concludes our 6.0, 6.01. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. And I just want to say, Ms. Laramie, I know this is on top of all your work, and you've had to do a lot more. So we do recognize that, and we do appreciate that. So I just want to thank you for that. So I'm on to looks like 7.0. Board of Directors discussion and 7.01, and I'm going to call on our interim superintendent Vela to introduce.
Thank you, President Hamada. I'd like to re-invite our Executive Director of Budget and Finance, Mr. Ben Rarick, for this discussion item.
As this is a fairly new procedure, I imagine you don't want me to do a complete budget presentation after having heard me for an hour. But I'll call attention to one item in the statement, and then I think I'm just fielding questions. Is that correct? Okay. There's some exhibits at the back of your financial statement. And I'd like to call your attention to what I believe registers as Exhibit 9. It's the second page, the chart, and it tracks fund balance by month. You see in that one? Mm-hmm. Okay, so current year is the thinner blue line there. And you'll see that our end of January fund balance in the general fund is $41,659,000. Are you seeing that? Okay. Just note the steep decline for the month of January. Okay. And then I'm going to explain what you'll see in subsequent months. So part of what's happening here is the correction that the state makes in January when they finally kind of adjust the revenue that they send to us for a declined enrollment. Remember, in the fall, they send us money based on our estimates. In January, they do the true up, if you will, the reconciliation. So that's a fairly steep decline, and it's noteworthy. It's one of the largest declines we've had in this month. Now, what you're going to see happen is that number bounce back up next month. Why is that? We have made a rather large ESSER claim. okay? In part to stabilize that. And you may in fact see another ESSER claim in the following month, okay? But this gives you a sense of what life would look like without ESSER a little bit. The trajectory of that line. Yep. And ESSER, used for its purpose of stabilizing us, will essentially bring that fund balance back into kind of a normal trajectory. Happy to answer any questions you have.
So I know our goal is always a 5% fund balance. What's our fund balance at right now? What percentage?
I don't have that chart with me. If you would allow me a general vicinity guess,
Yep.
it's going to be in the 11% range, I think, when I take into account assignments and reservations.
Okay. And at our work session, do you feel, you started to talk about, it was brought up about the levy and the article in the paper and stuff like that. I don't feel like you got a chance to finish, so I'm going back to my notes. When it was asked to explain, about the difference, and so when we passed that resolution in November, that wasn't asking for any more than we had asked for in the past, is that correct? The 16-17 resolution?
Oh, resolution number 1617?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so, so the resolution that you passed to authorize the levy that we just put before the voters?
No, the
That-
resolution to the certification of special levies, that was, it's not part of the February 22 ballot measure, but the previous levy. And so it just said that it was the practice of certifying the full authorized amount and allowing the county to roll back subject to the provisions of the
Right.
cap.
Right, mhm.
That resolution, which we do every single year if we have a levy.
That's right.
So on that, because the year before, we asked for 67.8, and this year we asked for 76.250. So, for general fund, so I'm just trying to just wrap my brain around, did we, and years before, we've asked to keep it at the 250, and so in November, did we ask to increase that beyond the 250?
What is the 250, ma'am?
So in November 18, 2020, it was general fund, we asked for 67.8, subject to $2.50 rate limitation.
I see.
And
So,
that wasn't on the one for the 16-17 resolution.
that's right.
These are all the ones this is what I asked you when I wrote to you earlier this week.
Okay, so there's a lot on the table. Can we take them step by step? So I think what was your first question was?
Okay, let me go back to my first questions when I sent you this email. I'll go back to that email. So, let me see. Okay, it kind of is in reference to the Kent Reporter article. That's why I went
Okay.
back and looked at our past resolutions.
Yes.
And so, I just thought it was a standard resolution, but when I looked at it compared to previous resolutions we made, it just looked different. So, and it looked like we were asking for more than we had in the past. So did we, with this certification in 2021, did we ask for more than we have asked for in the past?
We only can ask for, I mean, if your question is factually, is that number bigger than the number from one calendar year prior, the answer to that's going to be yes. But we're not, in that resolution, we're not asking for more. What the county and the state have set up a process for us where essentially they're the ones that roll us back. We don't do that. So we basically certify an amount consistent with what the voters have authorized. Mm-hmm. And then the state and the county get together and say, okay, enrollment has been finalized, and they calculate what our per pupil cap would be. And they may inform us later that, hey, guess what, you can't collect a couple $1 million of what you certified, and they inform us that at a later date. So the reason the letter has changed is because the letter has changed, meaning that we actually don't structure that. County gives us some guidelines about what they want to see in there. The statutes have changed a couple times, and so
Okay.
we don't like creatively create that letter.
Okay, because like I said, when I saw that article, then I started looking at these resolutions going, I know we certify that every year, so I'm trying to understand why the city would say that it was a school levy, that made taxes go up.
So I can, do you want to keep going with the individual questions, or do you want me to kind of?
No, that's fine.
Okay. So, I mean, one thing's for certain, it is complicated. I'm going to try to explain, the one thing that I want to reinforce with the members is that when we're talking about the taxes that our citizens pay, we're not just talking about this EP&O levy, right? There's three parts to the levy, right?
Yes.
And it is possible, and indeed it happens, where an individual component is going up, but the overall rate remains constant. And the overall rate is what the taxpayers care about, because that's what their tax bill is based on, right? So, and I believe that member Clark asked a similar question at a previous meeting about like local tax collections. So what you're going to see when you look at the financial statement, and if you just look at the EP&O levy, you will see, I think from calendar year 20 to calendar year 21, you will see an increase. From calendar year 21 to 22, a smaller increase, okay? Not just in the dollar amount, but the rate. But you could see where you could quickly lose track. Wait a second, I need to be looking at all three tax rates, right? And the combined effect of all three tax rates. So the question was asked, I think it was Director Clark was asking about, in the financial statement, there's it shows an increase in the local collection of EP&O tax rate. Indeed, there was. From calendar year 20 to calendar year 21, that portion of the overall tax rate did go up. And because that one was going up, we made adjustment to debt service, we made adjustment to, and the overall tax rate continues to be $3.83 per thousand. The other thing I want to emphasize is there seems to be a clear misunderstanding between the relationship of the levy we just ran and the tax rates and tax amounts that people are paying now. They have nothing to do with one another. So the vote that we just took does not engage taxes until calendar year 23.
Right.
Okay? The taxes that people are paying now are a function of the last levy that we passed.
Right.
Which was a flat overall tax rate levy. But again, people are seeing increases in their bill because their home, if they own a home in Kent over that period of time, even with a flat tax rate, they might see, I mean, how much did your home go up? You all live in Kent, right? So what did you see, 15%, 20%? Depending on the home and depending on, but that tax rate increase is probably going to be fairly commensurate with the increase in the value. We have nothing to do with assessing home values, right?
It's different. I live in unincorporated Kent County, so it's interesting because it's different.
Yeah, so, but my overall point being here that, I mean, I can prove and demonstrate, as I have on a number of occasions with official state documents, that our tax rate has remained flat over these years. Not the individual components, not just the EP&O tax rate, but the overall tax rate. And so if people are experiencing these increases in their tax bill, it isn't because our excess levy tax rates have gone up. It is likely because assessed values have increased, and obviously the corresponding bill, it works kind of like a sales tax. Sales tax you pay on a Snickers is less than the sales tax you pay on 2 Snickers, right? And so, the property tax you pay on $1 million home is more than a property tax you're going to pay on the home that was worth $650,000 3 years ago. So I understand the frustration that a citizen's feeling like their taxes are going up, and some of these nuances might be of secondary consideration. But when it comes to the school district and what we control, and how we set policy, we have put in so much work to be as precise as we can to make sure that tax rate hasn't gone up. And so I just want there to be a broader recognition of that, because not all districts have done that, you know? Some districts have raised their taxes and the tax rate.
Like I said, when I sent this email, it's like, I was just surprised to see that article, and I was trying to understand why the city would come out and say that, and how, you know, where that could, you know, what could have impacted that beyond, because they seem to be implying that it's beyond the assessed value of houses. So you're saying it's not, it's the assessed value of houses. Long story short,
yeah, in the aggregate, yeah. The only thing I did have a citizen call and zero in on the EP&O portion, you know, and there is a year where the EP&O portion goes up, and I point to them, well, you know, there's an offsetting difference happening that you're not seeing. Your total rate is staying the same. And any insinuation that the levy we just ran a month ago, or whenever that was, has raised people's taxes recently, I'm sorry, but there's just simply a factual inaccuracy there.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily think it, I mean, I don't know if that's what people were saying, because I
know you didn't.
I knew to go back and look at, you know, what we had certified in November, because we have to do it by November 30th for, you know, to collect, so. But it just, again, it looked different, that what we certified in November looked different than previous years, so that's why I just thought I wanted to do my due diligence since it had come up.
Yes.
So I appreciate your
Great.
answers. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, just if you would reiterate what you said in our work session, in case people were not tuned into that, whereas we did have the capability as a district to ask for more, and we were respectful of our community, right?
Sure, so, now we're talking about the levy that we just ran, not the, okay. Yeah, and I don't know, I mean, I don't want to disclose all the internal conversations or whatever, but certainly the option we landed on was the most conservative option on the table. So it's like you know, the kind of conceptual options were we could just go flat, not ask for $1 more, you know, with declining enrollment, we don't even know if we can collect it all. Don't be more than aggressive than that. I want to point out that there are a lot of districts who do make the more aggressive ask of their community and then get rolled back. I think you're familiar with that levy rollback, right? They go ahead and raise 15, you know, I believe Renton is an example of a school district, rolls back $15-20 million, you know. And, you know, that's an option that districts consider. We did not do that. And the discussion was about, you know, how the economy was going, what our community is like, what's the appetite, you know, what other asks might come in the future. So, you know, I think a summary statement would be, there certainly are grains of truth in all of the, like the article and the thing I read from the governor. It's not, or from the mayor. It's not all like categorically false. People are experiencing increases in their bill, so there's that. It's just that I was discouraged in the light that it portrayed the school district, because I did not feel like it reflected what we've actually done and committed to in terms of you know, a flat tax rate. So.
The other piece, President Potter, if I may,
certainly, is
that it's not the first time we've run a levy over the years, and I wanted just again to reiterate what Executive Director Rarick said about, we don't take these things lightly. We take a look at what's happening in the community. We've had 2 years plus years of a pandemic. We know what's happening out there with government assistance or lack thereof. And so these are the types of things my team assesses, takes a look at. Mr. Rarick's team is very good at letting us know what are the impacts out there. So when we land on that, we've had quite a bit of an assessment done. And so again, I just wanted to share that with the board, and then also thank Executive Director Eric's team for the process, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If I can.
Just one second.
Yeah,
Director Clark?
Yeah, I got one question.
Yeah, speaking of tax collections, I noted your January form illustrates a significant drop-off from last year at this time in the actual valuation of property tax collected to the tune of $2.5 million.
Can you give me a page number on that? I did get the heads up.
3.
Page 3. The 2.5 million
Yeah,
under state general purpose?
yes.
Okay. Oh, I see. So like state property tax, are you referring to? Yeah. So what this is showing here, this January to January drop of 2.5 million is you got state general purpose, you got state special purpose. Your state general purpose is kind of that per pupil amount that we get sent the basic education allocation. And then the special purpose is more the categorical programs like LAP and bilingual, and right. So what this is showing is we're down in the basic foundational funding. That makes sense because we're down in enrollment, right? So if you compare us year to year, and I think Director Clark's point is that that's supported by the state property tax collections for schools. So I guess the state is indirectly benefiting in that respect. But that's the effects of enrollment that you can see.
I just have a quick question. I was just looking at that chart right there, which shows January of like 2019, 2020, $37 million, 344, and then January of 2021 school year 58, and then it dropped in this year. Can you just a little bit explain to us, even though we had more enrollment in 2019, 2020, and then 2021 it increased?
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand your question.
Right.
Here's what happened. So, we ended fiscal year 17 in the red.
Mm-hmm.
Fiscal year 18 was almost virtually zero fund balance. The following 2 years, we put in place a plan of basically restoring the fund balance. So we were spending considerably less than we were taking in for those 2 years. Mm-hmm. That was on purpose, and it was kind of like it was important to the long-term health of the organization. So this year here that you see the orange year,
Yeah.
that was the second year of that plan. So we knew very well that we were building fund balance, right? So that was not meant to be kind of like a long-term trajectory there. That was part of the kind of the restoration plan, okay? We just limited expenditures during a period where we were receiving some nominal increases in funding, okay? Then once we got to a safe fund balance amount, you see that year ended at like 64,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Just going
Once
high.
we got there, we were like, okay,
We're good.
it's, you don't just increase fund balance just for the fun of it. You get to a point that's healthy, and then you try to manage within that. So that's why the line flattened back out that next year, right? We increased staffing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You go into that next year, okay, there's no reason to be just piling in fund balance. So you see the dark blue line there.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it's almost exactly 1-to-1. That's a very good looking line there, right? That's a good budget line.
All right.
You see, we started at 59,
59,
ended
yes.
at 6. I mean, that's a good organizational
I mean, it's
trajectory
almost
there.
1-to-1. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And honestly, I was kind of hoping to kind of just institutionalize that forever,
I mean, we were not
And then,
that. We're
and
not
then
that
here
bad.
comes, and then
Yeah.
here comes enrollment, right?
Yeah.
So then that next year, prior to our making any of these ESSER claims, you can see Like, wow.
It's really,
Yeah, it really took a dive there. And that fund balance of 41.7 where we're at now, I mean, that's the lowest fund balance we've had in over 2 years.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't get too excited about it because next month I'm going to come back and it's going to be spiked right back up. But it illustrates for you what's happening.
Yeah. I just wanted to understand why that, because I was suspecting that was the case, but just
Yes.
wanted to make sure.
No, that's, you absolutely
Yeah.
caught on to that, yeah.
Okay, and going back to the page that Director Clark referenced again, it says, local taxes, this revenue consists of tax receipts from the educational programs and operations levies. The district certified a higher collection for the educational programs and operations excess tax levy for the calendar year 2021 compared with the calendar year 2020. The difference in certification was about 17 million. So, so based on what you said earlier, even though we certified 17 million more in November, there were places we certified less, so it would be equal?
That's correct. So see, here's what's happening here. Now, this is showing through January of 2022, right? That's going to reflect collections calendar year 21, not 22, right?
Yes.
Okay? And you're going to be comparing collections in calendar year 21 to collections in calendar year 20. Our EP&O tax rate did go up in those 2 years. And there was a corresponding decrease. And that you have this graph, by the way, in your levy campaign materials where it shows the three. But if you go back, you'll see between those 2 years, there was an EP&O increase in rate and a corresponding decrease in the debt service rate. Okay? So if you zone in on any one of these lines, you'll see increases and decreases. But if you continue to focus on the total combined rate, you will see the rate as flat. And as I kind of thought that this would come up, I'll just show you that this is the graph. I don't have it virtually, but I know once I show it to you. You remember this graph?
Yes.
You'll see the increase from 20 to 21 in the dark blue. But you'll also see the corresponding decrease in the green and the light blue. So a newspaper reporter who might be just looking
Yeah.
at the dark blue might draw a conclusion from that.
Yeah, I really appreciate this because this is a confusion, so I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for reporting again for the second time.
All right, my pleasure.
Thank you.
All righty. All right, we're on to 8.0, Board of Directors Discussion and Approval. I will entertain a motion on, let's go on to 8.01, Schools Out Washington Refugee School Impact Grant, additional award to Kent School District. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve 8.01 Schools Out Washington Refugee School Impact Grant, additional award to Kent School District.
I second.
Okay, it has been moved and seconded. Discussion. Tim?
I just want to point out that it specifies in here some of the refugee groups that we are taking care of. And more specifically, until recent news, we were more concerned about the refugees we were getting from Afghanistan. And in fact, we have added some 144 students from that arena. And it's safe to say we're going to be seeing more, but not from that area.
Anybody else have anything else? It's quite an increase, so it's showing that they really have a lot of faith in what we're doing. So if people take a look at that, they might want to see that somebody has a lot of faith in what we're doing with our immigrants, which is needed and will be needed more in the future, I'm sure. So, any other discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded for 8.0, Schools Out Washington Refugee School Impact Grant, additional award to Kent School District. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Abstentions? The motion carries. 8.02, second reading and approval, resolution number 1600, revised protocol guidelines. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve second reading of approvals resolution 1600 revised protocol guidelines.
Second.
Discussion.
Well, I was not at the meeting when you discussed this, but I really wanted to thank Dr. Harmon for speaking up to share my comments. I watched the meeting, and so I still on those items have some questions, especially on number 4. And then I went back and I looked at what number 4 used to read as recently as 2016. So number 4, what we're talking about is once the board reaches a decision, all board members will support the decision of the majority. And Director Clark, I heard you say that there's a law, and so that was helpful. I looked for the law though, but I could not find the specific RCW. I found RCW that states that, school boards have corporate powers, and then that went back to quorum and voting, so I went to the RCW 23B, and it says, a director who is present at a meeting of the board of directors when corporate action is approved is deemed to have assented to the corporate action unless the director's dissent or abstention as to the corporate action is entered into the minutes of the meeting. But that was helpful because then I wanted to go back and see what did this used to read. So up to 2016, that number 4 read, conduct of a board member is very important. We encourage debate and differing points of view, and we will do it with care and respect. So that changed, and then in 2018, when it was updated, that changed to once the board reaches a decision, all board members will support that decision. And as you're well aware, that one bothers me for many reasons. And so, for example, the example I made was the decision on the Bezos Academy, because I feel like that puts the district at risk. That agrees to paying for building upgrades, and that commits our taxpayers. So again, I am uncomfortable with number 4, and how I've seen it played out over the years too is that it just basically, in my full 2 years on this board, it basically seems like that anyone who, it's just, as long as I've got 3 votes, then I don't have to, because there's a protocol that says you have to support the decision. So as with that Bezos vote, I never got my questions answered. I submitted them early, and they were never answered, and then they were supposed to be responded to after the meeting. I still don't have answers on that. So I believe it would be malfeasance on my part to agree to support the decision. Of course, once the majority makes a decision, that is going to be enacted, and I'm not going to stand on a street corner and try and stop it. But as with our decision on the SROs, which I voted against, it's come up. People have asked us a question, and I personally can't support it, the decision of the majority. And so I cannot agree to number 4. Going back to then number 5, it came up, why do we copy Kent Board on all communications? And I think you all reached the same opinion, but just want to say, it's just what has happened before is sometimes one example I can remember is the board president, Denise Daniels, received all kinds of pertinent information on the superintendent search that wasn't forwarded to the board. And so I think that's what that means, is just copying Kent Board on that kind of stuff. So I'm fine with number 5. And on number 13, we agree to follow the process of adding items to the agenda instead of bringing it unexpectedly. Again, I think to agree to that is malfeasance in my opinion, because RCW says agendas of regular meetings. It talks about adding items to the agenda. Nothing in this section prohibits subsequent modifications to agendas nor invalidates any otherwise legal action taken at a meeting where the agenda was not posted in accordance with this section. So basically, it's saying at regular meetings, you have the right, and that's what came up with our government training with Buzz Porter. I think I always do my best to be polite, and if I'm going to add something to the agenda review, I always have shared it with staff that I want to bring something up, and of course, the board has the opportunity to vote and put it on the agenda or not. Personally, if one of my colleagues wanted to add something to the agenda, I would vote for it because I'd want to see what they had to say, because these are our meetings when we can talk in public. So for those two reasons, I just cannot agree to this protocol as written, and that's pretty much follows my comments from that. Dr. Harmon, thank you again for sharing them. Those are the comments I made, probably not in quite such depth, and after listening to the meeting, I went into some more research, and again, so if you could share the RCW that says that school boards have to agree, I would love it, because I could not find it, and I read all of RCW 28A, and it's very dry, but that would help me. But I did appreciate it, because then it sent me down the road of looking at laws, and I was like, oh. And I don't, in my job as a school board director, I feel like I need to personally, and this is just me, I don't, I'm not trying to change anyone's opinion, but I personally don't feel like it's in the best interest of my constituents to give up any of my rights as a board director. And I feel like those two protocol guidelines would ask me to do that, and that's where I stand.
If I can.
Go ahead, Director Clark.
So, by the way, I agree with you. I struggled on the Bezos thing myself, but the beginning point here is, unlike well-paying political office, where in fact you are delegated significant individual authority, school boards are not. And I speak from experience. Remember, this is my 5th year on the Kent School Board, not the first. It just looks like it. And when I was on the board previously, of course, that was the protocol. And the rationale behind it, however, is while you personally had objections to whatever the resolution said, the fact is the school board cannot get stuck in place in making that a part of the public dialogue on a regular basis. So what you're stuck with is, if the board passes resolution X, it is the position of the board that that's the way we're going to live for this year. And that's the secret. Remember, when there's a change in the makeup of the board, or of course the election cycle, your ability to bring that exact same resolution up with your objection to it is still there. You haven't lost that. What you can't do is keep bringing it up at the dais. And that's because of the division it creates.
May I ask a clarifying question? So you're saying that the number 4, once the board reaches a decision, all board members will support the decision of the majority, is the protocol guideline you followed when you were on the board?
Yes.
What years were you on the board?
2009 to 2013, I guess.
Okay, in 2009, number 4 read, conduct of a board member is very important. We encourage debate and differing points of view, and we will do it with care and respect. It said nothing about supporting the majority. And I've got it printed right here.
That's fine. I'm just
It
telling
wasn't changed until 2018 to that line.
I'm just telling you that's the way I recall it.
Okay, I'm saying
That's
I
fine.
printed them out from all the years, and because I had questions, so.
Is there anyone else that has some discussion?
I didn't interpret number 4 like Director Bettinger, but I hear what she's saying. I just thought that what Director Clark said, like, once we agree, we just move forward with it. Not that I can't have a dissent, because I'm allowed a dissent. Like, I may not have been in the majority, but I still have an individual opinion about things. And as a board member, I have to go along with what my colleagues say, whether I agree with it or not. That's how I interpret it, but I see what's going on. I see what Director Bettinger is saying. Yeah, number 13, I'm always going to have issue too, because in parliamentary procedure, you can always amend the agenda and add things and whatever. And I brought that up last time as well. I have a harder time agreeing with 13 as written. Is it going to make me vote against this? I doubt it. But it just, as we look at the document in whole, I think we need to have a board procedure. But I agree, just like, I don't know if I went to spend time editing this again or whatever. So I mean, but I get it. I feel like we've been on this a year already, over a year.
Well, we haven't updated this since 2018.
So I'm just.
Director Farah?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on this number 13. I thought that we have a process that allows us to add an item on the agenda.
We actually have a form, yeah.
We have a form.
And ironically, I added the item to the agenda during the agenda setting to get a process started, because it was that hard for me to get items on the agenda. Also, if we want to talk about this too, is that we also have that individual board members do not have independent authority to make board decisions or make individual commitments. And if we can't add items to the agenda, then essentially we've violated that policy by allowing the board president to, and superintendent to prevent us. They can prevent, and the procedure that we came up with has never been followed with fidelity, which is if an item's not added to the agenda, then it's supposed to be presented to the board for approval. And what happens is it just gets put off, and it's like, oh, we can't talk about that now, we can't talk about that now. But it never has had that fidelity piece where if it doesn't get on the agenda within like a couple meetings, it goes before the board. And they get to decide, it's like, this director wanted to talk about this, and we didn't put it on the agenda yet. What do you think?
But I mean,
Director Bettinger, can you give me an example in 2022 that anybody has asked for something to be on the agenda and with due diligence that it didn't happen?
No, but I am saying that this is a document that we will be required to hold ourselves to. And so in my 2 years on the board, I'm saying that the board president, not necessarily you, but the role of the board president has become a de facto gatekeeper on the agenda at that point and taking individual action, which is like violates part of the protocol. And in good conscience, when I'm agreeing to something, I want to make sure, A, that it follows the law and I'm not agreeing to violate a law. And if I violate the law, then I can't represent my constituents and your constituents and everyone's constituents. And I think it's important to hear what my colleagues have to say. And if somehow it's not getting on the agenda, that I want to be able to support an item getting on the agenda, especially if it's for the betterment of students or staff. And
I mean, so in 13 it reads, we agree to follow the process of adding items to the agenda. We agree to follow the process of adding items to the agenda instead of bringing it up unexpectedly. I mean, we're saying we agree to follow the process. So I'm just trying to understand.
I believe in watching the meeting that was to follow the form, the process of using the form.
Right.
And so that's how I took it when I watched the meeting and took notes. And I'm just saying, in my time on this board, there have been items that took a year to get on the agenda. And again, there was the weird meta conversation where I added the item to the agenda during the agenda setting. So to even get a process and a form. And
I'm going to interject as too, again, that this hasn't been updated or signed by every current board member since 2018. And if each of us sign it and agree to it, then we have to hold it. It can't not just be a document that's written here. It has to be lived through. And we're in the process of having somebody from WAS to come in and have a whole session on that, what it means to live the document. What has happened in the past is the past. We can't do anything about that. I do hear exactly what you're saying. Director Bettinger, I was part of that system too. Elections matter. People in elected positions matter. And I personally am dedicated to every person on this board will have a voice. So.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Even if we do pass this, still use Robert's rules, and Robert's rules allows for us to add things to the agenda.
It does.
So
It does.
even if we pass it, like Robert's rules, am I wrong? I don't know if.
And it's
Like, it's still, Robert's rule says we can do that, right? So I guess, like, part of me, like, that's why I'm like, I don't necessarily agree with that wording, but I don't want to be like, oh, I have to follow that wording. I don't like that wording. But I also know Robert's rule says I can add things to the agenda, and the board can vote on that. So that's why, I agree with Director Bettinger on, I don't like the language on that, but we still have the ability to do that. And if the law backs us up, then the law backs us up to do that. Am I wrong? I just want to clarify before I say things that's not true. That's my understanding of
If I
Robert's
may.
rules.
Superintendent?
Yes,
Philip,
if I
or
may.
Superintendent.
Yes. First of all, great conversation. I think this is what I believe our board needs to be doing in terms of understanding collectively, both as an individual and as a board. And so I wanted just to say that. Also, bring us back to that the purpose today is a protocol that is a second reading. We had a first reading. And thank you, Director Bettinger, for sharing. I know you couldn't be here, but that's also an example of making sure that our board has voice. And we did that. And the board did discuss, you're right, Vice President Beno, the piece about what you still can do, right? And that conversation was had here. And so I am just reminding the board that, and then reiterating what President Hamada mentioned, yes, this is the second reading, and this is a protocol that we have not actually agreed upon as a board and revised since 2018, and that's what they're doing currently. You are doing that currently. So I would just ask President Hamada, if you want to deviate from that, that's one, or do you want to move forward with the second reading?
I personally want to go forward with the second reading. And so I'd like to call for the vote. So all those in favor of 8.02, the second reading and approval of resolution number 1600, revised protocol guidelines, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay.
Nay.
Abstentions?
I'm going to abstain. Abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't. Thank you for pointing that out. It's hard for me to
It's okay.
cover it all. So, so the motion carries. All right, we're on to 8.03, Kent Phoenix Academy boiler replacement bid acceptance. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we should approve Kent Phoenix Academy boiler replacement bid acceptance and award of contract.
I second.
Discussion.
I sent questions on this. Thank you for answering those questions I sent. I was unclear about the final amount, so you're adding $550K to the 105, almost 106K that was initially?
That is correct.
So the total would be, math and I broke up in the 80s, so the total would be 657 about?
So let me just interject. Let me invite our Executive Director of Operations and Facilities to help answer that question. Yes, thank you for acknowledging, yes, we did send those answers earlier, but I'll let him clarify that for us tonight.
President Amano, members of the board, Interim Superintendent Vela, Ms. Carey. Yes, that's exactly right. The original budget amount was way south of what a boiler would cost. So we will need those added funds. And then I'm also asking for a little extra because I am almost certain there's some asbestos in that boiler that will need to be abated.
Okay.
So I'm looking ahead, so I don't need to come back to the board a second time.
And so it'll be about 657K is what you're asking for.
That's correct.
And just clarify, is that building empty?
That building is currently not empty.
Okay, what's going on in that building right now?
That building has the Living Will food program in there. The top program is using 4 classrooms, and we are using it for some curriculum distribution and placing together of that curriculum.
If I may add, we also are continuing to use facility use by Kent Parks in our partnership. And so it is being used, it's just in different ways right now.
Okay.
And the clothing bank.
Clothing bank, that's correct, thank you.
Okay. So there are classrooms, TOP is using it for some classrooms and things like that.
4, yes ma'am,
Students are in the building
that is correct.
and they don't have heat.
No, they have heat. There's heat in the building. We're just replacing the boilers. The boilers are fully functioning right now. This is just for a replacement. The boilers are past their lifespan.
Okay.
So we are going to be replacing those come summer.
And can I ask a question? The plan is still to use that as a future middle school in the next, not next school year, the year after. But that's the plan, if the board votes on that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Ditto.
Any further discussion, questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Buzzard.
Thank you.
All right, it has been moved and seconded, 8.03 Kent Phoenix Academy Boiler Replacement Bid Act, acceptance and award of contract. All those in favor of this signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions. The motion carries. On to 8.04, resolution number 1622, authorization for emergency replacement of Kent Lake High School fire alarm. I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we approve resolution number 1622, authorization for emergency replacement of Kent Lake High School fire alarm.
I second.
Discussion?
Yeah, I had questions.
Let me re-invite Executive Director Mr. Dave Buzzard back to the podium.
So thank you again for answering my questions, and then they raised new questions. So what's in Zone 4 at that building? It says Zone 4, that it failed at Zone 4.
I don't remember, I don't see, it's one of the 12 zones that have failed.
Okay, 12 zones have failed?
There are 12 zones in the current school. One of the 12 zones has failed.
Okay, because it says in the documentation that it's Zone 4. And so that's what I was just trying to figure out, what Zone 4 was. And so, I guess my question is...
I don't, just a point of clarification, I do not have Zone 4 in my response.
Okay, then where did
I said I have a workaround to complete a repair of this one zone.
Okay, then where did I see that, Zone 4? The program in the FACP at Kent Lake High School is now corrupted and the smoke detectors and pull stations in Zone 4 are not activating. That's in the narrative.
Correct. In my response today, there was no zone. In
Okay,
the okay.
So like I said, I'm asking, after I got your answers, I have further questions. So it says in the narrative that this is Zone 4. And so I guess I'm trying to figure out where that is in the building.
I'm sorry, I do not have that, but I can get that information to you.
Okay.
I might have that information, actually. I'm one of the assistant principals at Kent Lake. It is the region that serves our 1500 hallway.
Okay.
And that is
primarily ELA classes and our world language classes.
Okay.
We'll still get you.
I will respond
an
back
answer
to that.
and a response, so you have a graph to see that.
And so I guess my biggest, it raised my concerns to ask us to, waive competitive bidding for something that might cost us $1.5 million. But also, it's safety of students. So I guess my biggest question is this is something that it says in one of these documents that that in the IRC 3 was phased out in 1997, 1998. So it's like in 24 years, nobody has ever said, hey, by the way, your system's going to fail and you should have some contingency plans and be ready for it. Because even with my washing machine, my repairman will tell me when it's the last time he can fix it because the parts are gone.
That is correct. And this school is actually on our master plan to have this fire alarm replaced in the next capital issue. This one supersedes. We have a Merlin that was at Sunrise that was outdated in 1992, I believe. So there are other schools that are before this one.
Okay, so then that raises a question about capital facilities planning. So if we know that so this is we're on the 6th year of our capital facilities plan, correct?
Every year is a 6-year capital facilities plan.
Okay, so it's if we've known for 24 years that this is not great, it's I hesitate, I get concerned. Again, what was the plan? And I ask this a lot too. It just really concerns me that we've had 2 board meetings since then, and then now and I realize you had a patch, that's what you answered, that was working for a while, but it just concerns me that this has been a dire issue since January 13th, which it could have been the 26th, the meeting of the 26th, or the meeting of February 9th, and we might not have had to, waive our competitive bidding process, so.
But I'd like to, Executive Director Buzzard, just share these tests that was done, screening that actually led us to this. And it's not often where you know that something is failing unless something has been reviewed or screened or something isn't working. So can you share how we learned of that?
Correct. Thank you, Israel. Yes. So when this was first noticed that there was an issue on it, the first thing that Larry Huff, our KSD fire tech, does is go in and try to resolve the issue. This is not the first issue that's been out at Kent Lake. There's been many issues out there. We know that this system needs to be replaced, and again, it's on our plan for the next capital improvement to be replaced. The issue with this particular one is the fact that when the card went down for this zone, the vendor, we had to go on fire watch. So that school has a 24-hour custodian, 24 hours a day. That building is constantly monitored 24 hours a day, except on the weekends or holidays. So we have to provide fire watch for every minute of every day that someone is not there watching the building. So since that fire watch was there, they came up with a plan to address a card. So basically somebody was on a board making their own computer board to make this repair patch, because you cannot get this plan anymore. You cannot get these parts. So after that was put in place, I had asked Larry, will this hold? He said, it will hold, but it will fail. So the reason we're coming to the board on an emergency is because, one, I cannot start a project or add a project to the bond, even though it's emergency, or the levy, even though it's an emergency, without board approval. So normally we go out and have a designer design it, we bid it, then the installer designs it with the fire marshal, they get an approval, and then they can install the system. Since this has to be approved, and it takes us 3 weeks, we have to put things about 2 weeks ahead before a board meeting. So we've only put this in a week or so ago to be able to have this emergency authorization done.
How many other buildings in our district have systems that could fail at any time? Approximately.
I want to say that we don't have any buildings that would fail. I would say that we have multiple buildings that need to be replaced, and that we stay on top of those replacement buildings. And we do have a plan for fire alarm. Every bond or every levy, we do have fire alarm replacements. We've done 7, I believe, in the bond. So, we're constantly replacing them through their lifespan.
So is there any way, I'm asking probably legal, is there any way to cap this approval at 1.2 million and then request a bid for any, if it's gonna cost any more? Or, I mean,
So your question, so first of all, this is covering what we just discussed.
right,
A screening or inspection that was done, and this is a safety concern.
right, I
And so we need
understand.
to get this done. Your second question is, if something else were to happen, we don't want that to happen, of course, but we have a process to be able to come back. We've had that in different buildings before. And so, again, for today, this is something we do know based on an inspection that was done, and it's a safety concern.
Well,
And it's
yeah.
one thing that we want to get done as soon as possible.
So is this to replace the whole system, or is this to replace zone 4, 1.5 million?
We cannot replace just one zone in this building.
Okay.
We have to do a full replacement.
Okay,
If we do not do if we can, if you like, and I want to give the board the option. I don't think we want to go down this route, but you can say, yes, Dave, you can add that to the 2018 levy, but I need you to bid it. Now we're going to be out 2 weeks plus before we even bid, before somebody can even start to design.
even if we avoid the bid, how long is it gonna be before this is fixed?
I have people watching right now to see if you approve it. And I can guarantee you that because we have Red Hawk sitting by who does the notifier systems for us. So if they're watching the board meeting tonight, we will definitely release them first thing tomorrow morning. We're hopeful to have this. Parts are an issue, and I think Director Clark brought that up. Anything in construction right now is very, very hectic. It's another reason why we feel that this is an emergency to a point where we need to get somebody on board, because what I expect of our vendor who's going to be doing this, who has done many of these in our school, they're going to go out and they're going to immediately order parts before we can even get a design approved through the fire marshal. Because they want to have those parts so they can install them once the fire marshal gets his drawings done.
Going forward, is there a way to have a plan so that there's contingency written into the plan in case something like this happens again? So we don't have to vote again to not bid a project?
When it's an emergency, I would think no. But contingency in our bonds and our levies are where we can add projects to the list.
Like maybe even just like this is something that's out there, we know this boiler could fail or this fire system could fail, so that there's, it's just something that's known and,
Again, with this critical failure, Director Bettinger, and trust me, I agree with you. It's not like us that we want to go and just sole source a company to put this in. The one thing I will tell you is that this company has put in many of our systems in our schools. I've done my own calculations again, it was in my response to you, that, we've taken some of our elementary schools of what they cost and, multiplied those by the number of devices that are out at Kent Lake. And we feel comfortable with that number. We have a couple of engineers that are not working with us that have agreed to look at it and give us some formal pricing, competitive pricing on their side as a consultant. So we will be able to have some checks and balances with this.
Thank you.
So do I hear you just sum that up, Mr. Buzzard, and thank you for your expertise on this, that putting this out to bid, even if it were a possibility and isn't, we're not going to be doing crazy things with the taxpayers' money that we wouldn't be doing already.
This is a true emergency. I've been here 5 years. This is the first one I've done.
And I mean, it sounds like they would be in the neighborhood of being competitive with anybody else, right?
It should be. It should be, and if it does seem like it's going to be out of line, we can always bring the vendor in. And the one thing about what we do in capital planning is fantastic, because we can ask each vendor for their certified payrolls and every bit of their backup documentation for any project that they do for a school district. It is public knowledge, it's public work. So they have to, by contract and by law, show us every penny, every dime of hourly rate, wage, and also material.
Well, that's quite a bit of disclosure, isn't it? Yeah.
It is.
Wow. I wish I had that when I remodeled my
There are
house.
some vendors that will not work for us due to the fact that they know that I know that, and I will ask for it if I think that we are being taken advantage of.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right.
Thank you.
So, back to the motion. Forgive me. All those in favor of 8.04, Resolution 1622, authorization for emergency replacement of Kent Lake High School fire alarm, signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we're on to 9.0, consent agenda. Are there any items on the consent agenda that anybody wants to pull from 9.01 to 9.11? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, Director Clark.
Discussion before we, oh, no, go ahead and make the motion.
No, we have to make a motion.
Make the
Sorry.
motion, yeah.
I'm sorry. We
I
gotta
move
make it-
approval of the consent agenda 9.01 through 9.11.
I second.
All right, discussion.
I, just wanting to point out, I mean, the critical piece in there is the agreement with the Kent Principals Association. And I want to express my thankfulness that they took a very positive attitude towards what we were trying to get through and what we were trying to accomplish. And I have the greatest respect for people that are in that position with all the added responsibilities that COVID brought, everything from tracking to dealing with absenteeism to fill in the blank, and trying to balance with staff and the difficulties of a substitute shortage. Have made it a job that consumes so much more time, which was already a time-consuming job. And I just want to express my appreciation of that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up, Director Clark, because it shows that we're pulling together as a unit and all trying to respect all the work that has been done. These principals and these teachers and all our staff have just been putting in so much time that we're glad that we have come to a conclusion on this that meets everybody's needs. So thank you for pointing that out. Also, let's see, under personnel report, I just want to make a comment that we're really fulfilling our goals on hiring a diverse staff, and we've got some really good people coming on board, it looks like. So we're working with our Educators of Color Network that acts to have our staff be reflective of our kids, and so there's a lot of good things happening here. All right, is there any other further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask, it has been moved and seconded to approve our consent agenda 0.01 through 9.11. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand and saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed signify by raising your right hand and saying nay. Abstentions, the motion carries. All right, we are on to communication, and if I'm correct, Ms. Curry, we don't have any more communication? All right. All right, we're on to board reports and discussion. And first off is Director Clark.
I'll pass.
Director Clark passes. All right. Director Bettinger.
I just want to say thank you for everyone who's here in person. It's nice to see faces. And everyone who watched online, all the students, it's always good to see. I know that Kent Lake has a program where they send students to board meetings, and I really support that because it gets them engaged, and it's awesome. Since our last meeting that I attended, I had the opportunity to participate in Read Across America Day, as I know a bunch of you did, on March 2nd. And I thank Horizon Elementary for inviting all of us and recognizing the importance of books and reading. And I hope to participate again next year. This is Music in Our Schools Month. I had the honor of chaperoning the Kent Ridge Jazz Choir as they participated in the Deer Marrow Jazz Festival in Edmonds, Washington last week. 2 Kent Ridge High School seniors recently won college scholarships in the National Association of Teachers of Singing competition. You know, and that just reminds me, it's Music in Our Schools Month, so I'm going to stand up for music. For many of our students, engaging in music and participating in scholarship opportunities like this is part of their high school and beyond plan. And I've said this before on all of our monthly recognitions, I don't want it to be merely performative, but encourage positive change in Kent School District. And one thing that really stuck out with me with that resolution or that recognition about music in our schools is sequential music education. And so some of our secondary schools don't have choirs. And so I hope that instead of being performative, and that we just passed a levy talking about the arts and the importance of the arts, that we continue working towards ensuring those equitable opportunities to engage in music at all our schools, especially our secondary schools and their choir programs. Because students of those schools who want to sing in choir, they have no other opportunity but to engage in tuition-based programs outside of school, which even if they get tuition assistance, they still have to get a ride. And a lot of times that's the barrier, is just getting a ride to the choir or whatever they want to participate outside of school. And it's obviously, the recognition said that, it's well researched that participation in music can increase test scores as well as social and emotional wellness in all those areas. 3 of our high schools actually are gearing up. They're in rehearsal for their spring musicals. Kent Lake is doing Gypsy. They're also doing a flower bulb fundraiser until March 31st. So their drama website, KentLakeTheaterCompany.com. You can participate in that. Kent Ridge is doing the musical Catch Me If You Can. Kentwood is doing Mamma Mia. So those all 3 good musicals. 2, ironically, that are based on real people. So that's interesting. That's history too. And so as I look forward to board work, we have a job description I mentioned tonight that we were going to work on, and as we move forward with the superintendent selection process, we need to work on that, I believe. And it's come to my attention that the Instructional Materials Committee, we last approved it February 10th, 2021. We approved the committee, but we don't, and that was for the 2021 school year, but we have not yet approved a new Instructional Materials Committee. I saw it, I think President Hamada posted online about participating in the Instructional Materials Committee, and also I've heard from the superintendent that there are some openings. And so I just wanted to review and make sure we're following our policy that there's a list of, we need 2 of each of primary teachers, intermediate teachers, middle school and high school teachers, 1 each of elementary paras, secondary paras, elementary librarians, secondary librarians, and school admins, 2 from elementary, 1 from middle, and 1 from high, 3 parents and 3 students, and they're all in a 3-year, except for parents and students, they're in a 3-year staggered term. So that needs to happen too as we move forward. And that, we have a lot going on, and that concludes my report.
All right, Director Farah.
Yes, thank you. And I also want to reiterate that it was really nice to see the kids here. So it's always nice to have students. In the last couple of weeks, I met with the immigrant communities, talked about what's the district can do and how parents can advocate for their children. And most immigrant communities really came from different education system, and it is my plan to make sure that they understand how they can advocate for their children education. I want to say that I stand with our Ukrainian community in lieu of what's happening in that part of the world, and I want to make sure that we let them know that we stand with you. I've attended two WASDA training, district budget deciphering and state budget deciphering. So that was eye-opener. So tonight it made sense when Mr. Rorick was going through all of those. I worked, to make sure that the policy meetings that that are coming up, I was able to make sure that I put my comments in there. I didn't visit any schools since last time, but I'm looking forward to it. I also want to thank the community of their participation in the questionnaire for the superintendent's search. As we embark on this, I want to make sure that that we do the right thing, which is the most important decision we can make for the school district. One of the things I will also want to say is that because the most marginalized communities have historically not participated in systems, and there's historical background because of that. So I just wanted to make sure that we take that extra step to bring that marginalized communities, to make sure that they participate and that they voice, because they also care about the education of their kids. I want to thank the students and the online community for letting us know how they feel. That's how we're able to make sure that we are better servants. And I also want to make sure that I thank the staff. You make this district what it is, and the community has spoken from the survey. That's why we appreciate you. So I also want to also make sure that I thank you for what you do. That concludes my report.
Vice President Bindal.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, again, thanks for the people who came in person, the people joining us virtually. Nothing but action-packed viewing, so hopefully you enjoy. Also, thanks to Mr. Rarick for our work session. I always really appreciate learning more. I'm glad it's added to our agenda, looking at the financial statements. It's just something as a board that we need to be doing, so I always appreciate willingness to answer questions. I really do appreciate the students coming, and I know we're going to get back to them for a couple things. There's a couple things I heard that kind of perked my ears that I know that we'll follow up. Like one of it about CTE equipment, not for welding equipment. That concerns me because CTE has a budget for equipment, so I hope that staff aren't spending money out of their pocket and that there's a process for replacing the big equipment in welding programs. Of course, as a CTE department chair at my school, I'm constantly advocating to make sure that staff have what they need, because we need state-of-the-art equipment to teach CTE programs. And getting the Perkins funding allows us to buy the equipment that we need, that students will encounter when they go to their jobs and their careers in the CTE field. So just putting that out there. And for the young student who talked about feeling racial discomfort by her teacher, we just passed Black Lives Matter resolution, and I'm hoping that we talk to that young lady and that we see what's going on. I don't ever want any of our students to feel like they're othered or that they are made uncomfortable because staff are not comfortable talking about race and racism. That's not okay, and so I'm glad that was brought forward, and I know it's going to be dealt with, but I just want to affirm what the young lady said. And talking to us, and that takes a lot of courage to come talk about that, especially with educators or teachers that you have to be in a class with that may have said some racist things or may have said some things that were unkind. So I'm hoping that that will be addressed. I've had a very busy past few weeks. I went with Superintendent Vela and Director Clark to some sites on February 19th. It was my midwinter break, and so I took a day or a morning to visit some schools. I always like going to KLA. What a great space, what a great program. The principal there is amazing, and just seeing all the great things that are happening. I'm always just amazed with the building, the quality of that building, and I'm jealous with the little pull-out spaces and the and the halls where students can go and do some work. We went to Sunrise Elementary and Sue's Creek and Crestwood. One of the things I always appreciate about visiting schools is just seeing the differences between the schools. And then some schools I'm like, ooh, we need to remodel this, or I'm like, ooh, what a great space. But ultimately the staff there are working hard. I know sometimes people want to like put on a show for us. I just really enjoyed seeing like what educators do, like going into a classroom and seeing a teacher write data based on student reading scores, and like, oh, sorry, nothing's going on. I'm like, no, this is what being an educator is. It's doing stuff like putting data up, and oh, there's a student having a meltdown over here. They need to be in their comfort swing, and it's just like, that's just what happens. Yeah. So I don't ever expect a show because, you know, heaven forbid someone come to my class when a student's having a meltdown or whatever, but it's just reality. There's a lot of stuff that educators do in the classroom, and I really appreciated just seeing the realness and the great educators and office staff that are all the buildings. It was really nice to just go visit. I like going to see other schools, so I'm always looking forward to that. I put out an email to a lot of GSA, Gay Straight Alliance, or Gender Sexuality Alliance, or SAGA, or whatever the club's called, just said, hey, I want to talk to, because with all the stuff that's been going on with our LGBTQ students and negativity, I just wanted to check in on students. And I emailed a lot of the clubs, and a lot of them were like, yeah, please come visit. And I went to Meridian and Kent Ridge and Matson and Mill Creek and just met with students and said, you know, I'm just here to listen and tell me what's up. And, you know, it was just really great to hear from the students. I know some people may have been worried. Like, there was one comment I heard from someone that was just like, I'm there for an agenda. And I was just like, no, I just want to hear students. Like, I don't bring up anything about books or libraries or anything. I didn't want to. Like, I just want to check in on the kids. And just things like, you know, Meridian Middle School was like, we would love to have, you know, laminated posters and, you know, everyone's welcome here signs. I was like, oh, yes, or there should be rainbow flags, all the different types of rainbow flags around the school. And just stuff like that, which I thought was so cool. I'm doing stuff like Pride Month is coming up, and they want to do Pride Month celebration. You know, they were inspired by lots of things going on in the building. I went to Kent Ridge, and they had a lot of procedural questions and stuff about policy, which was great. I mean, I love it when high school students just have a lot of knowledge about these things and had specific questions about that. And, you know, talking about curriculum and talking about how do we bring up sensitive topics in curriculum, and talking about some of the things that their teachers do and some of the things that we could do better and how students should be included in the processes. I love to hear that. I love students advocating for themselves. Like, that's what we hope to teach them as they go through the school system, and it's great to see them doing it. And then Matson was great too. Again, students just had a lot of conversations about curriculum. Specifically, they brought it up about health classes and making sure that health classes were inclusive. They had some conversations about bathrooms. And while we follow state laws, sometimes students feel apprehensive about going across the school to use the one gender-neutral bathroom or the one designated gender-neutral bathroom. And they kind of feel like there's like not a target, but they're kind of like put on the spot, and they don't like feeling that they're put on the spot. And then questions about what can guest teachers or substitutes say or do about, you know, using the wrong pronouns when they address certain students, like how can we make that visible so that students aren't called the wrong pronouns or names, etc. And even going to Mill Creek, and Mill Creek had a lot of specific questions about policy, and I referred them to an email that Mr. Heath sent to all the advisors about, again, things like bathrooms and pronoun use, and what happens if there's a teacher who constantly uses the wrong name or pronouns even after they're asked, things like that. And I referred to that email Mr. Heath sent, and it was just really great just to hear the students. But it sounds to me there's a lot of questions about bathrooms and gender-neutral bathrooms and what we can do. Even though we do follow the law, it sounds like that, students want them to be more accessible, and they're appreciative of having them, but they want more access, especially if you're at a school like Kentwood that's very large and there's only one gender-neutral bathroom that students can use. So that was, and I'll write a report and send it to Mr. Vela. Just there's some great things that students said, and again, I didn't bring up libraries or books. We also had a meeting with the South King County Discipline Coalition, and I think it's going good. I'm wondering about the future of our relationship and what we're going to do, what's going to happen. I really want to continue working with our partners and making sure that we're doing what we need to do to support our students in our community. So I'm excited to see what happens at our next meeting. I'm very disappointed I can't attend the Communities and Schools breakfast because I am teaching at 9 o'clock that Thursday morning. I'm disappointed, but I feel like things like Read Across America and things I miss out a lot because of my real job. So, but I'm hoping that in the future, I know it's virtual, but I don't know if I can zoom in while I'm trying to teach. That seems not possible. But upcoming meetings, every Tuesday, President Hamada and I meet with Ms. Laramie to talk about the superintendent search. So that's always some great updates. I know that I had asked to go to the National School Board Association conference, so I'm excited to go to that and do some learning. I mean, conferences are great ways to meet with colleagues, kind of figure out what's going on across the country. I enjoy going to the WASDA State Conference, so I just think it's important to gain some knowledge, bring it back, and see what we can do to kind of support our local school board. So that's that. That's a lot. I try to keep busy. I want to go to the schools. Always want to meet with students. So again, I've always put that out there. If students want me to come visit or do a presentation or interview me for a class, I'm always happy to meet with students. But email me. But that's my report.
Thank you. I have since our last meeting, I attended a WASDA leadership training in Olympia, February 10th and 11th. And I was selected among 19 directors from across the state to go to these special sessions. And I appreciate that. And great things have been happening there. So I went in kind of apprehensive to think if I really wanted to do this, but I've come out of it with a lot of really good ideas that I can bring back to the district. And we were going to have a couple more sessions too that will be all day for a couple days in different parts of the state. And I received an email from a Kentwood student from a class I visited, and that was kind of interesting because we talked about several things in this class at Kentwood. The kids brought up issues that I was to bring back to the district, and one of them was they really felt that the school lunches there at Kentwood, they weren't getting a good variety. And I thought, oh, okay, and I just kind of let it go. But then we heard back from just one student that invited me, and he said, and I'm not sure I had any influence in this, but the district came forward and has listened to that, and the students want to thank the district that they are now having a lot more choices in their lunches, and they are greatly appreciated. So they thought they had been heard. So there you go. And I put out there, because I learned, because there have been some issues going on here around our curriculum committee and what's going on there. And when I asked for the list of the people on the committee, it looked like we had a good variety of educators and staff and stuff, but we were lacking parental applications. And so I put it out there, if anybody wants to apply for this curriculum committee, to just let me know and fill out an application, and I'll bring it forward. And there were 3 people that did respond to that, and I turned them in to our superintendent, and they're looking at those. Others can apply, and I was very clear that with the recent issues that if they were joining just to go over some recent issues we had, that was not in the cards. It was a commitment, a full-time commit to really do the job. And on February 15th, I had some time, and I've been hearing a lot about the dyslexia issues that we've had and that we're now having some new laws about and bringing new things into our program. So I was on the state meeting, and saw a lot of great things around the state going on, and our district. I think that we had 3 representatives there, I think, if I remember correctly, that we're going to be bringing a lot of those programs here to help a lot of our kids that have that. I'm in the process right now of reading Jack of Hearts, just for your information. On February 17th, I attended the South King County Discipline Coalition, which has that group, the Child Find, and the Washington Ombudsman. I attended our work policy meeting where we brought forth the board protocol, and I'm very proud tonight, after 4 years, that we finally signed a board protocol. Maybe it's not perfect, maybe we need to tweak it, we certainly need to live it, and we certainly need to keep in mind that we want to be respectful of all the people on this board, that they all have a voice in what we're doing. But I'm very proud of that work that we got done after 4 years. So we now can put that up there and update that. We've also got a really good cadence, which has been kind of hard to do with a lot of things on board policy, and we're going to meet again on the 15th for another session, and we just had one a couple weeks ago. So we're starting to get a rhythm to get these things going, and that's part of our real work, and we're working on it. Just from a historical context, I wouldn't be up here unless I could mention a couple of things. On February 19, 1943, we just passed that date, and I want to, take special recognition. That was when Executive Order 9066 was passed, where Japanese were interned into their camps. 120,000 Japanese Americans were asked to report to internment camps and be displaced from our homes. We need to keep that in our history books. We need to keep that in our newspapers, so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Also, in a historical context, March 7th, 1965, we just passed that and observed that on Bloody Sunday when former congressman, he's passed away, Congressman John Lewis, a young man, led the march from Selma to Montgomery, which helped lead, finally, to put that into place for the voting rights, because they had been fighting it all along, and finally people stood up and they got that done. A couple of the highlights, really, of my job, which I always love, is on February 28th, we got to go in and surprise a board, and I represented the board in surprising the Teacher of the Year at Cynic Hill Elementary School, Mr. Mike Carney. And I just want to mention one story that was brought up that day by one of his co-workers that is unbelievable, really. He got up at 3 a.m. I mean, these teachers don't have enough to do, right? He gets up at 3 a.m. when we had a snowfall, takes his big pickup up to Snoqualmie Pass, fills up the back of the pickup with snow, and brought it down to the school that morning so the kids could share and probably have little snowball fights or build snowman or whatever, because they'd never seen snow before. Now, I mean, that may seem like way beyond what a teacher does, but can you imagine the relationships and the feelings that those kids had? And so, I mean, I'm sure he's done a million other things that are wonderful, but that was really fun. And they brought his family in, and he brought his dog in with the family and the 2 boys, and it was just, that part of the job is really fun. And on March 2nd, I participated in the Read Across America by reading to 3 classes at once. And I know this doesn't mean a lot to you guys who are really computer savvy and you've got all this down. I grew up and I never even had a television when I was a kid. That's my era of transition into computers. But I was able to put this book that I read, I Promise, by LeBron James, and I had my daughter help me, but we put it on a PowerPoint so I could, because we had to do it by Zoom. And I read this book last year, but I also did it this year, but I went a step further, and I did it myself. I didn't have to have technical help, and I was able to, I know you think this is not a big deal, but it's a big deal to me. I was able to place myself in the book, in the little corner. All the 3 classes were on there, and as I was reading, I could stop and ask questions, and the teacher brought the kid up front, and so he could speak to me and ask a question or tell me his thoughts. And so in 3 different classes, and with myself there, we interacted and had a ball. So I really thought I accomplished something there, okay?
Yes, you did.
And maybe it's not a big deal to
That's
you,
a big deal.
but it was a big deal to me. And I know the kids enjoyed it because they were interacting, and that's the part I really wanted to get across. Anyway, that was really fun for me. And I want to congratulate all the kids from Kent Lake High School that participated in the DECA team in the state of Washington. And one of our students placed 5th, and I believe her name is Sonel Verk of Kent Lake. And she's going to go on beyond the state of Washington to Atlanta, Georgia, and present at the International DECA. And if any of you don't know what DECA programs, I actually did it for my company with some students when I was working. And they get a chance to develop business plans and everything. And it's quite something to listen to these plans. So we want to wish her well, and all the teachers and stuff that work out there with the DECA plan. That's an important part in kids moving on with the further development of their careers. And I want to be continually thankful for a community that I live in, and all the Kent School District staff who simply get up every day and just do what they do every day to the best of their ability for their kids. And quite frankly, after the last couple of years, just getting out of bed and getting there and doing it can be a chore. But you've been there, you showed up, even when you didn't probably want to show up. You felt you want to just crawl back into bed and cover up, because the world is just getting totally crazy out there with this pandemic, and now we have issues in Ukraine. And I would not be remiss if I did not bring up this, that my thoughts and my prayers, I'm a person of faith, and you don't have to be, you can be a person of spirit or whatever, but all of us, I'm sure, have on our mind. I can't even turn on the television anymore because it upsets me to see so much with what's happening with the families and the children there. But my thoughts and prayers are with Ukraine. Personally, my husband and I, we ran a nonprofit for 7 years, we had several of our kids that came from Ukraine, and they still have families there. I've been communicating with them, and it's just heartbreaking to see. But please keep in mind an old saying that's true today that started our country: the price of liberty is eternal vigilance, and you can't ever take it for granted. Those people never thought they were going to have to be running out of their country, but it's happening, and they're having to leave and being bombed. And I'd just like to thank you for sharing your evening tonight and caring enough to be here tonight as staff to stay until 10 o'clock and be involved in our school district and caring about our very most precious resource, which is our children in the United States of America. So thank you, and with that, at 10:01, we are standing adjourned.